the committee. We thank you for this opportunity to be at the first briefing on the Bangsamoro Basic Law. This is indeed a momentous occasion. We can say that it has taken 17 years for this law, draft law, to be brought here. It has been a difficult road, but we are now at the phase where it moves into another arena, and that is the legislature, where properly this is the legislative making body to turn the political agreement and put it into law. This is, we know how important the law is. It topped the list of the legislative measures that was submitted by the Office of the President to the legislature, and that the President himself was present and led the submission of the law to Congress. And we thank the House of Representatives for acting very quickly and with all due importance, giving all due importance to the draft bill. And now the bill, with the creation of an ad hoc committee to facilitate the discussions, and the permission for the committee to be able to hold meetings even while the budget hearing is being conducted. Budget hearings are being conducted. We appreciate that very much. And we know also that the committee is already ready to do consultations on the ground even during recess. So we thank the committee, we thank all the members of the committee and all the members of the House of Representatives for giving this its due time, all its important time and attention. I had said this was a momentous occasion. I will take note that in fact something unprecedented is happening these days. That in this presentation, in the briefing, there is only going to be one presentation. In all the 17 years that this process has been ongoing, the government and the MILF were always on separate sides of the table. Growing in partnership, learning to take each other's understanding of each other's position, but always in all past fora, the GPH and the MILF spoke took separate time. And here we have decided that we, as the draft Bangsamoro Basic Law, had been joint work of the government and the MILF and the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, that there will only be one presentation. This is joint work, and that is how we will. It is our intent that throughout all of the briefings, throughout all of this process, the GPH and the MILF will continue to speak as one. And we hope, therefore, that you will understand and appreciate when sometimes questions are asked that we do not immediately answer and consult with each other. We are still learning how to do it in a really collective way, with due respect to each other. So sometimes we may not be so quick in answering questions because we would like to give due respect and give time to whoever is best to respond to that question. So again, I will not speak much longer. Chairman Iqbal will be doing an opening statement before the presentation. The presentation will be made by the Bangsamoro Transition Commission. That is by agreement with the government. The presentation was also. There was also input into the presentation by GPH, and this starts us, therefore, in this very important mission that we embark for a real partnership among peace partners that have undergone very hot, contested negotiations to be at this time pushing for the same draft law and standing on the same side and asking the House of Representatives and the Senate to please take into consideration and to give it the attention and as we already know is happening, to be able to pass the best Bangsamoro Basic Law. That, as has already been said over and over again, is not just for the Bangsamoro, it is not just for Mindanao, it is for peace and development of the entire country. Thank you very much, Ron.
Thank you, Secretary Deles. We now recognize the chairman of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, and the head of the MLF Peace Panel, the Honorable Managar Iqbal, for his opening remarks, then the presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make my opening statement. Thank you very much, Honorable Congressman Rocos Rodriguez, head of the ad hoc committee on Bangsamoro Residual. My courtesy also to all vice chairpersons and members of the ad hoc committee. My courtesy also to Secretary President Ging Benes, also to my esteemed counterpart, Professor Miriam Ferrer Coronel, to Head Secretary, former Secretary Selin Macaling, my fellow commissioners of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, especially former Ambassador Lakmat Sakam, other guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you, honorable members of the House of Representatives. The proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law is a complex document, and for this reason, let me speak plainly and from my heart. While the Bangsamoro may be just another piece of legislation, for us, it is something more. The Bangsamoro is a promise of a better life for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. For a people that has constantly lived in fear and insecurity of war, the Bangsamoro is the hope of life, where our children can live safely and happily to pursue their grandest dreams. For a people that has known trending poverty, the Bangsamoro is the hope of prosperity and abundance. For a people that has been effectively governed by others, not their own, the Bangsamoro is the hope that someday they shall be captains of their fate and builders of their future. The Bangsamoro is the sum of our hopes and dreams. It may mean nothing to you, but it is the whole world to us. It is what we got. It is what we only have. We implore you then to step lightly on these dreams when you discuss the draft law. Do not trample them. Celebrate them. Welcome them. This is my request and appeal to the honorable men and women of this House. Let me, however, warn you of people who would want to sow fear instead of hope in your hearts and in the hearts of the Filipino people. Their aim is to stop the establishment of the Bangsamoro, and for this, they will take advantage of the deeply held biases and prejudices of the people. They will use the words like dismemberment of the Republic, sell out, violation of the Constitution, surrender, state within a state, and even employ for eventual independence. To all of this, we say, be not afraid. To the Filipino people, be not afraid. Instead of dismemberment of the Republic, the Bangsamoro will further unite our peoples. There shall be no state within a state. The Philippine state shall remain sovereign. We only ask that we be allowed to govern ourselves. You shall see the Philippine flag and hear the national anthem sung in our schools and offices. Be not afraid of the Constitution. There are enough flexibilities in it to solve this problem. We only need to look for it. To the indigenous peoples in Bangsamoro, be not afraid. Just as we fought for our right to self-determination, so we shall protect yours. We are brothers and sisters. Our gain is your gain. Learn from our experiences and build on them. To the non-Muslims in the Bangsamoro, be not afraid. We shall not impose our beliefs on you. The Sharia will only apply to us Muslims. We ask only that we respect our respective faiths and ways of life. Verse 1 to 1 God said in the Holy Quran, there is no compulsion in religion. Unto you your religion, unto me my religion. To the people outside of the Bangsamoro and their leaders, do not be afraid. We only ask that the Bangsamoro people be asked directly, without fear of intimidation, whether or not they want to be part of the Bangsamoro. That is all. We will never impose ourselves on the communities that prefer to be not part of us. In the coming days, Congress will be asked to render judgment on the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law. You will be asked, hope or fear? It is my prayer, choose hope over fear. Let us break free from this endless cycle of poverty, insecurity, and bad governance. Let us choose hope. Let us build the Bangsamoro. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Iqbal, for that very enlightening opening remarks. We will now know who will give the presentation on behalf of both the JRP and the MLF panel. Chairman Iqbal will continue. Yes, so Chairman Iqbal is recognized to make the presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Your Honor. But I would request one of our lawyers, Attorney Lai Dumama, to make the full presentation.
Attorney Lai is recognized.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good morning. To the Honorable Chairperson of the committee and the esteemed members of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Bangsamoro Basic Law. We will give you a brief presentation on the contents of the Bangsamoro Basic Law, with your indulgence. What is in it for us? Chairman Iqbal has already laid down all the pretexts and context on passing the Bangsamoro Basic Law. Passing the Bangsamoro Basic Law will end the long-standing suffering of the Bangsamoro people. The region that has been stricken by conflict, fear, underdevelopment, lack of education, poverty, is now seeking recognition from the honorable Congress leaders to end the suffering of the Bangsamoro people. We also aim to foster unity and harmony to make the Bangsamoro feel part of the Philippines as a nation. We also hope to bring in economic development, help bring jobs to the people in the Bangsamoro, give them access to education, and help them contribute to the progress of this nation. And it would act as a shield against rising radicalism, because we need to make and promote and have a place that where people feel safe and important. Next slide, please. The outline of the Bangsamoro Basic Law is shown. It has 18 articles and 242 sections. The preamble, name and purpose. The preamble of the Bangsamoro Basic Law. We emphasize that it is in consonance with the Constitution and the universal accepted principles of human rights, liberty, justice, democracy, and the norms and standards of international law, reflective of our system of life prescribed by our faith and in harmony with our customary laws, cultures, and traditions. The purpose of establishing a Bangsamoro political entity to provide for a basic structure of the government in recognition of the justness and legitimacy of the cause of the Bangsamoro people and their aspiration to chart their political future through a democratic process that will secure the identity and posterity and allow for meaningful self-governance, including the right to self-determination and right to self-governance. What shall comprise the proposed Bangsamoro territory, or where shall the plebiscite be conducted? The present geographical area of the Bangsamoro region the present geographical area of the Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao, 6 municipalities in the provinces of Lanao del Norte, Baloy, Munay, Nunungan, Pantar, Tagoloan, and Tanghal. The 39 barangays in the municipalities of Cabacan, Carmen, Alyosan, Pigcawayan, Pikit, and Midsayap in North Cotabato, who voted for yes during the plebiscite in 2001, the cities of Cotabato and Isabela, and those qualified for inclusion in the plebiscite by way of resolution or petition. You can see an illustration of the Bangsamoro waters and the zones of joint cooperation. There shall be created a joint body composed of representatives from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and the NAMRIA, and equal representatives from appropriate agencies of the Bangsamoro government that shall establish the coordinates of the Bangsamoro territory, including the Bangsamoro waters and the zones of joint cooperation. The zones of joint cooperation in the Salusi and the Moro Gulf shall act to protect the traditional fishing grounds, benefiting from the resources therein, ensuring the connectivity of the islands and the mainland parts of the Bangsamoro so that they are parts of a cohesive territory, and ensuring the exercise of the preferential rights of the Bangsamoro people and other indigenous peoples. The Constitution left it to the wisdom of Congress to determine the most appropriate structure of government for the autonomous region, that is the Bangsamoro, with the only caveat that its legislative and executive officials must be elected. The Bangsamoro government shall be ministerial or parliamentary in form, with the Bangsamoro Parliament and the Bangsamoro Cabinet. Legislative authority shall be vested in the Bangsamoro Parliament, with 60 members of the Parliament, 50% of whom shall be from representatives from based on proportional representation, district representatives 40%, 10% reserved seats and sectoral representatives, who will serve on a 3-year term with no more than 3 consecutive terms, and the titular head shall be the wali, who shall perform only ceremonial functions. The Bangsamoro Cabinet shall be convened and presided over by the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister shall be assisted by a Deputy Chief Minister and Cabinet Ministers. The Chief Minister shall be elected by majority votes from among the members of the Parliament, and the Deputy Chief Minister shall be appointed by the Chief Minister from among the elected members of the Parliament, and other ministers' majority shall come from among the members of the Parliament. We have introduced the Intergovernmental Relations Mechanism, which is a mechanism that will coordinate and harmonize the relationship between the central government and the Bangsamoro government, resolve issues or disputes on intergovernmental relations through regular consultations and continuing negotiations in a non-adversarial manner. All unresolved issues in the intergovernmental relations mechanism shall be elevated to the President through the Chief Minister. The central government shall appoint a representative to the intergovernmental relations body, and the Bangsamoro government shall also have a minister who shall sit in this body representing the Chief Minister. There shall be a Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum for cooperation and coordination of legislative initiatives, and an Intergovernmental Fiscal Policy Board for cooperation and coordination on fiscal matters such as harmonization of fiscal policies and addressing revenue imbalances and fluctuations. As you can see, the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law provides for a provision on general supervision. Consistent with the principle of autonomy and asymmetric relation of the central government and the Bangsamoro government, the President should exercise general supervision over the Bangsamoro government to ensure that laws are faithfully executed. The Bangsamoro justice system in the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law provides for the Sharia courts, which shall have supremacy and application over Muslims only, the traditional tribal justice system for the indigenous peoples, the local courts, and alternative dispute resolution systems. The Sharia court shall consist of Sharia circuit courts or the lower courts, the Sharia district courts or the appellate courts, and the Bangsamoro Sharia High Court. Local courts in the Bangsamoro shall continue to exercise their judicial functions as provided by law. The Bangsamoro government may undertake measures to improve their workings consistent with the powers of the Supreme Court. On public order and safety, there shall be a Bangsamoro police who will take charge of law enforcement and maintenance of peace and order in the Bangsamoro. We emphasize that the Bangsamoro police shall form part of the Philippine National Police. There shall also be a Bangsamoro Police Board that will perform the functions of the NAPOLCOM in the Bangsamoro. The board shall form part, again, of the NAPOLCOM, and the NAPOLCOM shall ensure that the Bangsamoro Police Board performs its powers and functions within the bounds of its authority. On the issue of wealth sharing and revenue generation, please note that the sharing of national tax collections within the region is an enhancement of the existing scheme in RA 9054, or the Act amending the RA 678 on ARMM. 100% of the taxes transferred to the Bangsamoro, such as the capital gains tax, donors tax, documentary stamps tax, and estate tax, shall pertain to the Bangsamoro. 100% of those taxes already devolved to the ARM shall also pertain to the Bangsamoro. And the new sharing scheme is on national taxes collected will be 25% to the central government and to 75% to the Bangsamoro government. On sharing in the revenues from the exploitation, development, and utilization of natural resources, please note again that the sharing scheme provided is an improvement of the arrangement in RA 9054, which does away with the distinction between strategic and non-strategic minerals, which are non-scientific and purely political classifications. 100% of the non-metallic minerals in the Bangsamoro shall go to the Bangsamoro government. For the metallic minerals such as gold, copper, silver, 75% shall go to the Bangsamoro government and 25% to the central government. And for fossil fuels and uranium, 50% to the Bangsamoro government and 50% to the central government. For other sources of funds, we now have the annual block grant, which is the share of the Bangsamoro in the national internal revenue equivalent to 4% of the national internal revenue collection less the era of the LGUs. And a special development fund for rehabilitation and development purposes with an amount of 7 billion for the first year and 10 billion paid out over 5 years to be given to the Bangsamoro government. Please note that the Constitution ensures that all government units, from the regular LGUs to the autonomous governments mentioned in its Article 10, shall have a just share in the national taxes, which shall automatically be released to them. Currently, LGUs enjoy this constitutional guarantee by virtue of the ERA. The introduction of the annual block grant is to allow the Bangsamoro the same or even greater level of autonomy in the management of its budget. On natural resources, we point out that we have provided the preferential rights of the Bangsamoro people in terms of the exploration, development, and utilization of natural resources of the Bangsamoro. to the rights of the indigenous peoples on natural resources, the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law gives them a share in the revenues, a preferential right in the exploration, development, and utilization of natural resources within their area, and free and prior informed consent in relation to development initiatives. On exploration, development, and utilization of fossil fuels and uranium, preferential rights to qualified citizens who are bona fide inhabitants of the Bangsamoro. It is also subject to the free and prior informed consent of the indigenous peoples in whose territory such natural resources are found. The proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law recognizes and protects the customs, traditions, beliefs, and cultures of its indigenous inhabitants. The freedom of choice is mentioned twice in the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law. The right of the indigenous peoples to adjust and equal treatment and freedom from all forms of discrimination, oppression, and exploitation is mentioned again under the basic rights. Protection of the rights of the indigenous peoples in the Bangsamoro is in accordance with the UNDRIP, or the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, taking into account economic and geographical criteria, individual and communal property rights, cultural integrity, customary beliefs, and historical and community traditions. On governance and representation, the indigenous peoples will have representation in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority and in the interim cabinet, the Indigenous Peoples Affairs, gender and ethnic balance in the hiring process for the bureaucracy. Bangsamoro Parliament will have 2 reserved seats for indigenous peoples. There is also membership in the Council of Leaders for the indigenous peoples, and the Parliament shall create an appropriate office or ministry for the IPs in the cabinet. Again, we mentioned the share of indigenous communities. They have an equitable share from the revenues generated from the exploration, development, and utilization of natural resources found within the territories covered by a native title in their favor. Please look at the decision-making levels in terms of plebiscite. For the present geographic area of the ARMM, we determine the votes based on province and city. For the municipalities, in the province of Lanao del Norte, municipality. For the 39 barangays in North Cotabato, per barangay. For the cities of Isabela and Cotabato, per city. And for the petitioning LGU, per LGU. So we aim to have information campaigns and advocacies for the plebiscite pertaining to the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law and the ratification process. We aim to inform residents regarding the significance and meaning of the plebiscite and to help them vote intelligently. We include sectoral campaigns for indigenous communities, there's a Senator Bongbong Marcos mentioned yesterday that he intends to go to the affected regions as well as those who are not included as part of the proposed Bangsamoro territory to conduct consultations. And for information campaigns and other public advocacy initiatives with indigenous communities, local leaders shall be engaged to lead discussions in the respective communities. So the public advocacy initiative shall be conducted within the framework of solidarity, cooperation, and unity. And we give due respect to the roles of the indigenous and women to encourage their active participation. That is the last slide. Return the floor to the Honorable Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'd like to thank once again the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, chaired by Chairman Iqbal and the distinguished members of the Commission. We also would like to thank the members of the MLF Peace Panel, and of course Professor Ferrer for the GRP, and also Senator Bakani, and the others who have come today. So now we have a list, and we would like to request also that a copy of the presentation be submitted to the Secretariat, and so are the opening remarks also of the Honorable Iqbal and Secretary Delis. So with that, we have a list now of those who are going to ask questions. And first here is Vice Chairman Tupay Loong. Please, you're recognized, Congressman Loong.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First of all, let me congratulate the principal architectural designer of the Space Initiative of the government. And I'm referring to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Benigno Aquino III. Second, to the Secretary of OPAC, being the chief carpenter in the implementation of that architectural design. Also, the chairman of the GRP panel, Chairman Miriam Correlal Pereira, and the counterpart from the Moro Islamic Revelation Front, Chairman Iqbal, and the members of the Statutory Commission. Now, this humble representation that would like to be enlightened on the provision of the basic law, Article 6, Section 1 of the BBL, speak for a symmetric relationship between the central government and the Bangsamoro government. May I kindly clarify what relationship is considered as asymmetric? Is it the extent and level of political and economic power relationship, or the relationship between parliamentary system of government of the Bangsamoro and the national government under presidential system of government?
Thank you, Your Honor. Asymmetric refers to that it is not the same, it is not equal. It comes from the constitutional mandate of autonomy, where very clearly the Constitution says there are only two areas that may be declared, that may have autonomy status. Meaning to say, it is on a different level from local governments. It is on a higher level than local governments, but it's also asymmetric to the central government because it is not the national state. The granting of a different form of government in the Bangsamoro is also allowed is in fact mandated by the Constitution, where it says that the law shall determine the form of government. And this is our understanding, that this is from the wisdom of our constitutional fathers and mothers, that they saw that in an autonomous, with the autonomous status, that a different form of government may in fact be necessary and may enhance the state of autonomy. So that is all that the term asymmetric refers to, Your Honor. It says it is not equal to national government, but it is also not equal to local governments. It is on a different and distinct base, and the Constitution says only two areas may have this, in recognition of the different narrative, the different history, the different prevailing culture that may draw its history back to pre-colonial times.
Thank you, Madam Gindiles. So my second question is the sentiment of employees in the autonomous region that Muslim now. They wrote as a leader, and I think this is now the proper time for us to discuss this. to give them an insurance that they should not be affected once the autonomous region of Montenegro will be deemed abolished upon the ratification of this proposed basic law. So as we are all aware that these employees, majority of them are protected by the civil service law. So I just wanted to clarify this so that we can inform our employees in the autonomous region of Mindanao as to the security of their position as employees of the autonomous region in Mindanao.
We can assure your honors that in the transition from the present form of government to the ministerial form of government, that all civil service eligibilities will be respected. We imagine that there may be some reorganization of the government structures to be more fitting to the ministerial form. But certainly in doing that, there will be a clear plan. Separation benefits when necessary will follow the laws of the land. Certainly those who have civil service eligibility will have different options open to them, such as being transferred to another area or by choice being separated with due compensation. So this will all undergo a due process, Your Honor. It is not imagined that once the law is passed, everything is changed, and that civil service laws and entitlements will certainly be respected in any transition from between the two forms of government.
Now my last question, Mr. Chairman. In the Sharia justice system, and we are aware that this is exclusively for Muslim. What is the relationship between the Sharia justice system and the Supreme Court of the Republic of the Philippines?
The head of our legal team.
Good morning, Your Honors. It's explicit in the Bangsamoro Basic Law that the authority of the Supreme Court, as mandated in the Constitution, is still respected. So the Sharia justice system is going to be part of the entire administration of system of the country. So it's still going to be under the Supreme Court.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. That's all that will end my clarificatory question.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Long, for keeping it within 5 minutes. So we now proceed to the next interpolator. Let me just read who will be in the list, in the order that they have listed. Next will be the Honorable Congressman Obrigado, then Congressman Barzaga, followed by Congressman Abueg, followed by Congressman Belmonte, then Congressman Cerilles, Congressman Senator Biazon, and then Congressman Alejano. So we recognize Congressman Celso Obrigado of Zamboanga City.
Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all our resource persons. First of all, before I start asking my questions, I would also like to say that we are for peace, just, long, and lasting peace. We are not anti-peace, and we want the Bangsamoro Basic Law to be fair, just, acceptable, visible, and consistent with the Constitution and existing laws. If ever and whenever we raise certain issues, concerns, cite or even question certain provisions, it is because we want to clarify any and all ambiguities, and this will affect not only the areas that will be under the Bangsamoro, but the entire Mindanao and the Philippines as well. If you ask me if the BBL will pass, my answer is yes, because there are the numbers to pass it. If you ask me when the law will be passed, I would most probably say by the end of the first quarter or the beginning of the second quarter 2015, or even a bit earlier, as both houses have committed to prioritize and fast-track its passage. But to me, the more important thing is not the passage of the law and when it will be passed, but what kind of law will we pass. Again, I would like to reiterate, we are for peace, just, long, and lasting peace. And we are not anti-peace, as I have been called a peace spoiler, I have been called a doomsayer, I have been called a know-it-all. I can tell you that I am not. So again, eventually, we really need to pass a law that will be fair, acceptable, feasible, and consistent with the Constitution and existing laws. We will have to pass a law that can stand legal scrutiny and not end up like the failed MOA AD that was declared not only contrary to the Constitution, but contrary to law. Congress has the power to enact laws, specifically the Bangsamoro Basic Law. However, the framework agreement on the Bangsamoro, its annexes, repeatedly provide that the Bangsamoro Basic Law shall be consistent with all agreements entered into or that may be entered into or in accordance with the provision of the BAP. Furthermore, it is repeatedly stated, even in the CAP, that all agreements entered into will be implemented. I will give you the examples. PAP Part 2, Basic Law 2, it says, the provisions of the Bangsamoro Basic Law shall be consistent with all agreements. PAP Part 2, Transition Implementation 112, at the end of the transition period, the GHP and MILF negotiating panels, together with the Malaysian facilitator and the third-party monitoring team, shall convene a meeting to review, assess, and evaluate the implementation of all agreements and the progress of transition. An exit document officially terminating the peace negotiation may be crafted and signed by both parties if and only when all agreements have been fully implemented. Annex on normalization, Part C, decommissioning, even the decommissioning of MILF forces shall be parallel and commensurate to the implementation of all agreements of the parties. The CAP, when you go to the CAP, list down 12 agreements, including, among others, the PAP annexes addendum, stating further, supplementary to the CAP are the various agreements, guidelines, terms of reference, and joint statements duly signed and acknowledged by the parties in the course of negotiation between the two parties beginning in 1997. The parties commit to honor, respect, and implement all these past agreements and supplementary documents signed by them as further elaborated in the framework agreement of the Bangsamoro and its annexes. It is further reiterated again that parties commit to fully abide, honor, respect, and implement and entrench these agreements and nurture the integrity of the whole peace process. And finally, the CAP ends by saying, an exit document shall be crafted and signed by both parties when all agreements have been implemented. What if Congress, there are certain provisions that we will need to amend, that we will need to revise, that we will need to delete, or there are provisions that we will add. Will the MILF agree? Or will it be a take it or leave it position? Wherein, in fact, the MILF can say and insist on the implementation of all agreements. I say this also in relation because a large portion of the Annex on Normalization on decommissioning was not included in the draft Basic Law. And the reason for this, according to the chairperson of GHP panel, according to the secretary of the peace process, that this is an executive action, and quoting the chairman said, the MILF has signed the agreements and they are committed to see it through. What is now to stop the MILF from using the same reasoning and saying the GHP has signed the agreement wherein all agreements will be implemented? So that is the basic question. What will happen now if Congress amends, revises, deletes, or even adds certain provisions, considering all the provisions that I have repeatedly stated in the CAP, in the FAB, in the annexes, on the commitment on the Philippine government to implement all said agreements?
Yeah, who would answer the points raised by Congressman Lobrigat? The Secretary Dennis is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor, and we always appreciate Congressman Lobrigat's every effort to ensure that this is the best Bangsamoro basic law that can be passed. And we welcome the very rigorous scrutiny that he is giving to the law. That is certainly the sort of engagement that we are hoping every member of Congress will give to the law. Having said that, we reiterate that the agreement, all of the agreements signed between government and the More Islamic Liberation Front were a political agreement. It is an executive commitment. And of course, it needed to be said that we are fully committed to its full implementation in all its seriousness and the statements that were put there. It was important to ensure that the law, that the agreement was not just going to be a signed piece of paper, it was going to be closely and rigorously implemented. And that includes the commitment of the executive to help to shepherd this law through Congress. But as a political agreement, of course, this does not take away from the prerogative of Congress. Congress is the lawmaking body. By the Constitution, we cannot diminish that. We cannot diminish that power. And it is in appreciation of that as to why in submitting this law and in engaging with Congress in this law, in the passage of this law, we are taking every step that we are in partnership with the MILF, that we are here to engage you, so that if there is going to be any change, it will be with full understanding and with full appreciation. Certainly, we are open to the fact that the law can be improved. Certainly, we are open to the fact that under congressional scrutiny, there will be wisdom that in all of our hard work we did not see. But we are here, unlike in the past organic acts that were done with regard to autonomy, where the peace partner, the dialogue partner, was not brought into the process. That is part of our commitment, and it's part of the commitment of the MILF to be here every time we are needed. It is part of the commitment of both parties that we will come as often as we are called to hold all sorts of meetings, conversations, discussions, and even negotiations with you. So that in the end, it is a law that passes acceptance, that passes the standard of feasibility and legality that is acceptable to everyone. That is our commitment, Your Honor. It is consistent with the commitment that we made in the comprehensive agreement and in all past agreements. And it is without, as I said again, without diminishing the prerogative and the power of Congress. It is the only one that can pass the law.
Thank you, Secretary Dennis. Let's hear now from Chairman Iqbal. Chairman Iqbal has asked about the MLF's response to Congressman.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I will only make a very brief statement regarding that question. First, with the indulgence of the honorable members of the special committee, it has been a our policy in the MILF, that we trust the collective wisdom of both houses of Congress, the Senate and the House, to pass a good legislation. Secondly, we have been very consistent that we are not answering hypothetical questions. So that's all.
Thank you. So, you have already been given 15 minutes. We have some more questions. So we go to the second round.
If my time of questioning is ended, I will abide by the ruling of the
We
chair.
give you more time. Another 5 minutes. Yes.
If not, I will reserve my right to be listed in the second round, third round, and fourth round.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Chair. Yes, he has graciously said that he will take the second round.
I will yield my 5 minutes to Congressman Lobregat so that he will be allowed to continue his interpellation.
Yes, okay, so you are given 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much to my colleague.
The time of Vice Chairman Wabino.
So, yes, Mr. Chairman, actually, other peace agreements were mentioned. No? Now, one of the differences between the CAP is the Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsamoro. We should relate this and correlate this to the final peace agreement with the MNLF. Actually, the CAP is a document of about 5 pages, if I'm not mistaken, and it just reiterates that all agreements will be entered into that will be implemented. But the final peace agreement was a very thick document, as thick as the draft BBL, wherein all the provisions were so stated. And in the totality clause of the final peace agreement, it says that any past agreement that is inconsistent with the final peace agreement, what will prevail is the final peace agreement. And also in the final peace agreement with the MNLF, it was so clearly stated that any interpretation will be judged in the realm of the Philippine Constitution. Those two very important provisions that in case there is a conflict, it is the Constitution that will prevail. And all past agreements are now subjected to the final peace agreement. Here, it is the reverse. The CAP, in fact, in the last statement, says that the government is committed to implement all agreements. So those are the very, very important provisions that are missing in this CAP and in the basic law. May we have the comment why those two very important provisions are not so stated in the draft BBL.
Secretary Tellis is recognized.
With regard, Your Honor, the fact of the supremacy of the Constitution, it is in the Bangsamoro Basic Law. It is in the draft Bangsamoro Basic Law, and it may be reiterated. It is all of the provisions there to ensure that the Bangsamoro Basic Law is within the Constitution, the territory is within the Philippine national territory, that the Bangsamoro is under the general supervision of the President. All of these are very explicitly stated there. With regard to the commitment to the implementation of all past agreements, Your Honor, we have the confidence of doing that, knowing what has already been done in terms of the implementation of all other past agreements. It is in fact our position that the 1996 Final Peace Agreement had been implemented. There is an RA 1954 that was passed in relation to that law, and that nevertheless, and this is part of why the lesson now that we are making sure that the MILF is with us in this full legislative process, is because the MNLF complained that they were not part of drafting of that law, and therefore in the end did not own it. We went through a process, several meetings also, 2 years also of discussions with the MNLF to review what was in fact missing in the law. And 42 consensus points were agreed upon, and I can assure the members of the committee that those 42 consensus points are all addressed in the current draft that we are submitting. So we have no fear, Your Honor, that there is any part of any of the past agreements that can be held up to us that as not having been implemented. And our utmost commitment, of course, is to the full implementation of the comprehensive agreement, which covers 4 annexes and the framework agreement, the 4 annexes and 1 addendum.
And thank you. Final question before we proceed to the other debaters.
I would just like to correct the chairman or the secretary when she said the MNLF did not own and was not part of it. History tells us that there was the 1976 Tripoli Agreement, and that was signed by the MNLF. It was signed by Chairman Nur Miswari. Fast forward, actually, there was the Constitution. And in the Constitution, the reason for the inclusion of the provision of the creation of the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, and you can check the proceedings of the Commission, was precisely because of the Tripoli Agreement. And so after the passage of the Constitution, the Congress was mandated to enact the first organic law of the arm. 2 years after, Congress passed Republic Act 6734, and it was in that law that the MNLF boycotted the plebiscite. So, in the first law, perhaps you can say that the MNLF did not own up to Organic Law 6734. But then there was the final peace agreement of 1996. And in fact, in that final peace agreement, because of that final peace agreement, all of the provisions of the final peace agreement were incorporated into law. And if the MNLF did not own up to it, why did Chairman Nur Miswari run in the elections under Republic Act? Under the Republic Act, and became the first governor. So I just want to correct the statement that the MNLF did not own up to it, because the MNLF owned up to it. Unfortunately, if you're saying the government is bound to implement all the commitments, ma'am, the peace agreement was signed in 1996. The law was passed, there was a plebiscite, and it has been more than almost 18 years. But the other side of the negotiating panel, which is the MNLF, said that there are some agreements that have not been implemented. Now, I respect the MNLF. They are the best of negotiators. Now, what is to stop them from saying, like the MNLF, hey, this whole part of the agreement has not been complied with. So, what is going to happen to us? There are two sides, and also, since this is my last question, the question I ask about what happens if Congress amends, revises, and the answer of the Honorable Chairman said, they are not answering to hypothetical questions. Those are not hypothetical questions. Those are real questions that will hound us all throughout the deliberations. What if we change? What if we revise? What if we want to make the law conform to our Constitution? What will happen? It is not a hypothetical question. It is a real question.
So we ask Secretary Teles to comment on this point of information.
Precisely, Your Honor. That is why we are committed to be fully engaged in this process. so that at any point where anything will be scrutinized or any change, which we hope will always be for the betterment of the law, is proposed, that we will be here so that it will be a decision that will be mutually agreed upon. That is certainly our intent, Your Honor. It is not to stop or to diminish the power of the Congress to make the law, but it is to ensure that all the parties concerned are on board as the drafting and the passage of the law proceeds. With regard to the MNLF, that has certainly been our position, Your Honor, and we are ready to defend that position. We believe the 1996 final peace agreement has been substantially completed. But to ensure that any such complaints later on will have no basis. I understand and we appreciate the intention of both the House of Representatives and the Senate to make sure that the consultations will be inclusive. I understand that the MNLF, with their different factions and their different leadership, will be invited here. And we also know that the MNLF and all their different leadership is also quite transparent about their position on the Bangsamoro Basic Law. So having said that, Your Honor, and that is why we look at this process of legislation as very important, and we hope we are going to take it, we are taking it very seriously, and we are asking all of the House of Representatives, all of the Senate, the Senate chamber, and we ask, in fact, all of the stakeholders who are watching this. We ask all civil society and all peace advocates to take this very seriously. We want this to be a process that results in the best, most acceptable, just, and fair law that will be good not just for the Bangsamoro, but for the entire Mindanao and in fact, for the entire country. It is not going to be certainly the executive cannot guarantee that. Certainly we need Congress, and certainly we need the public to be behind this law, and we are therefore putting our confidence in the leadership of the two chambers of Congress to lead us through a process that will be transparent, that will be participatory, that will take in the positions of the stakeholders, and in the end, make the best decisions for the Bangsamoro and for the country.
Thank you, Secretary Teles. We now proceed with the next interpellator, Congressman Barsaga of Cavite.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, my first question would be a legal clarification. Are we agreed that the Bangsamoro law, in the event that this will be approved, will be subservient to the Constitution?
Your Honor, that is very openly stated in the preamble.
Thank you very much for that affirmation. And therefore, the powers granted by the Constitution to the three departments of the government, namely the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative, will not be diminished in any manner whatsoever.
But certainly, Your Honor, yes.
And therefore, the Bangsamoro law would be subject to our basic right, to the basic right of Congress to amend, modify, or repeal it in the event that there will be change in the circumstances, and our position is it would be better in order to make amendments in the law. Oh, is there a problem with that? Huh? Otherwise, you remove our powers.
No, certainly. Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to check on some procedural thing that may have been put on the law. But certainly, Your Honor, the Bangsamoro Basic Law cannot amend, cannot diminish what the Constitution says are the powers of the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary.
So, as a follow-up to that question, do you affirm that in the future, in the event we pass this law and Congress feels in the future that there are certain provisions to be amended in order to achieve the purpose of everlasting peace could be obtained, you will agree that we have that power?
Yes, Your Honor, but we hope that you will use a mechanism that is proposed in the law that there is a parliamentary forum where this can be discussed, because I think even in the amendment of the law, in any changes that will be made in the future, we hope that Congress will see it. That it is best that this is done in the most amicable, in a most amicable way, in a way that is acceptable to all the parties. And so precisely we have put in a provision that there is ongoing discussion and dialogue between the National Congress and the Bangsamoro Assembly, so that these matters may be taken up and that there may be mutually acceptable resolutions of any such issues that may come up in the future.
Well, definitely we can assure everybody that in the event that the law would be passed and there is a certain procedure for amending it, definitely we have to comply with the amendatory process in the law. As a matter of fact, it is even possible that the amendments may be initiated by the executive or even by the Bangsamoro themselves, depending upon the circumstances prevailing at the time. So we are agreed with that.
Yes, Your Honor, we recognize that
Okay.
this is a national law, therefore it belongs to National Congress.
And I'm happy to hear a while ago that you recognize the power of the Supreme Court insofar as all cases are concerned.
Of course, Your Honor.
Okay? Well, under the proposed law and also under the Constitution, insofar as autonomous region is concerned, the President has general supervision. And of course, you know that under the Constitution, the President has certain powers. The President, under certain instances, has the power to declare martial law, has the power to suspend the writ of habeas corpus. Will the Bangsamoro recognize this power? Although under the law and under the Constitution, the power of the President over the autonomous region would be only general supervision.
Certainly, Your Honor, and it is clear in the reserved powers, which is, of course, recognizes all the reserved powers that are mentioned in the Constitution, but precisely certain powers were given prominence, and that includes national defense, foreign policy. That is a reserved right of the national government. The regional autonomous an autonomous region will have to follow. Only the President has the right to call the armed
We want to
forces up.
clarify that and to put that in the records of the proceedings, because in all likelihood there will be some issues that will be raised before the Supreme Court. Now, under the bill itself, when it comes to plebiscite, you have used the word majority of all the voters. Is that correct?
All registered voters, yes.
Yes, meaning to say that if one province there are 50,000 voters, then the approval necessary would be 50% plus 1, not the majority of the votes cast.
Which defines the procedure for determining the whether or not the local government concerned have ratified, and that is based on the majority of votes cast.
No. I think
In the section on plebiscite, we have here very clearly that the determination of the outcome shall be based on the majority of votes cast in the following provinces. And in fact, this is under section 1
what about
of
this issue of territorial jurisdiction as appearing on page 88? Section 3. Results of the plebiscite. For the present geographic area of ARMN, if the majority of the registered voters in each province and city vote in favor of the Bangsamoro Basic Law, the respective provinces and cities shall be included in the Bangsamoro. The phrase which you use, majority of the registered voters. So if there are 50,000 registered voters, necessarily there must be at least 25,001 voter who shall vote for each approval.
Yes, Your Honor. It says here those who vote, majority of the registered voters in each province and city vote in favor. It's qualified also in section 1 that it shall be based on the majority of the votes cast. Certainly, Your Honor, if some further clarity on the language would be needed.
No, what is section 1? I'm referring to section 2, research of the plebiscite.
Yes,
You
sir.
always use majority of the votes of the registered voters. That is entirely different from the majority of the votes cast.
In section 1, it says here that the establishment of the Bangsamoro and the termination of the Bangsamoro territory shall take effect upon ratification of this basic law by majority of the votes cast in the following provinces.
So which is which now?
The intention is to
No,
base...
my question is which provision would prevail?
Section 1 is the
Why not section
intention.
2? This is the latter provision.
Section 3, you're referring to section 3, Your Honor, if some tightening of the language should be needed to...
No, it's not a tightening of the language. It's very basic. Majority of the votes cast is different from majority of all the registered voters.
It's our position, Your Honor, that majority of the votes cast is what should prevail.
Hindi nga yun ang ginamit nyo. Majority of the
Yes,
registered
so
voters.
maybe one of the changes that will have to be made will be just to make that clear.
Okay. Now, the purpose of the autonomous region, the purpose of creating the Bangsamoro is to solve the peace and order problem in Mindanao. Will that be correct? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, and therefore improve also the entire socio-economic state of the entire country.
How will the panel react if during the period of amendment I would propose an amendment that the Bangsamoro should not secede from the Republic of the Philippines because my purpose is to maintain the integration of the Philippine territory?
Your Honor, I think that is already very clearly the commitment. It has been said several times.
No, in the future. Will there be any problem to our Muslim brothers if we propose an amendment to say that there will be no secession from the Republic of the Philippines?
Although it will not have to be said, Your Honor, because precisely this is already coming under the...
No, it's very important to place it. Because if there is a provision that there will be no secession, in the event that any group in the autonomous region would try to secede, that would be an act of rebellion in violation of the Organic Act.
Yes, Your Honor, in Article 3, Section 1, it says the Bangsamoro territory shall remain a part of the Philippines. If Congress should so...
No, we know that.
We know that.
But the purpose is to make everything categorical. Nagkakaroon ba tayo ng problema roon? If our purpose is to have good faith with one another.
Your Honor, I think if that is how Congress sees it, that it is necessary to put in that sentence, although we think it is not necessary, we think it is not clear enough, but if that will be the decision of Congress, then there will be no objection, because you will see in the entire framing of this law that it is taken under the autonomous the mandate for autonomy of the Constitution. It says very clearly. It puts all of these provisions that clearly state that this is part of the Philippines. There shall be no division, subdivision. But if it is the wisdom of Congress to think that it is necessary to put in such a sentence, I do not see how it would cause a problem.
Yeah, Chairman Iqbal is recognized.
Yes. One of the members of our delegation is a lawyer. He's a member of the panel of independent lawyers. Then I request Attorney Bong Montesa to help us out in this issue.
Yes, Attorney Bong Montesa is recognized. Sir, Mr. Montesa. Then the Secretary Chair, okay. Use the microphone. Attorney Montesa recognized.
Mr. Chair, this representation speaks as a independent legal advisor to both panels. So this comment is entirely mine. But I think that entirely mine as independent lawyers. In terms of the question of Honorable Barsaga on whether there will be a problem on putting a statement that there will be no secession in the basic law, I think that the whole tenor of the law, in fact, the coming of the MILF and the executive to an agreement to pass a BBL is in itself an admission that there is no secession. But the aspirations for independence can never be legislated. And so, while there is nothing that bars Congress from putting it, and it will not contravene any of the agreements, in reality, it cannot really stop people who are aspiring for secession or independence in the future. And then you are correct, sir, that then they will be subject to our rules on rebellion and all other our national security rules. But there is nothing that can stop Congress from putting your provision in.
Oh, we know that, but we want first to ask the opinion, to ask the position of the stakeholders. That is the reason why we are conducting this hearing. Eh kasi kung sasabihin nyo it is our power, then we might as well dispense with this hearing. At decision na lang namin itong mga provision na to. Kaya nga tinatanong namin sa inyo, magkakaroon ba tayo ng problema kung sakasakaling ilagay natin doon sa batas that there will be no secession?
It will certainly, Your Honor, that will be accepted, but I think we would prefer that it not be there. Because,
why not?
because precisely it questions the motives here. When it is very clearly already the point of the entire law is to put the jurisdiction of the Bangsamoro under the constitutional mandate of autonomy. It is like also already saying that we in fact doubt that that is in fact the intention. But that is our position. That is our position, Your Honor. But as I said, it will not cause a problem if Congress, going through the entire process, sees the need for putting in such a section. It would not cause a problem.
Well, I think certainly the comment that we are questioning the good faith or the bad faith of the parties is out of that game. That is not my intention. My only station is to show to the Filipino people that this autonomous bill would not result to integration of the disintegration of the country. Although there is a provision that this is part of the Philippine territory, but as you have stated earlier, it is midway between the local government and the national government. It is autonomous region. It's up to you. But I will insist for that proposal during the period of amendment.
Yes, Your Honor. And I hope Congress will find the best place in which to
Mr.
put
Chairman.
such intent.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's have Senators finish.
may I say something about what is being discussed now, Mr. Chairman?
Actually,
Actually, Mr. Chairman,
we have a
the
list here.
Honorable Barsaga is asking whether if we put the word or the phrase that we will not, there will be no possibility of secession. Sinasabi po ni Secretary Teres, this is not in defense of Secretary Teres. It is only my feeling, Mr. Chairman, na although we can put that, no? But my submission, Mr. Chairman, is that why do we have to put that? Because precisely you are talking here of creating an autonomous government. So it is inconsistent for us to say na kailangan walang secession. Kasi pinag-usapan na natin ang autonomy ng Muslim Mindanao. So kailangan ba natin ilagay sa ating BBL na hindi kayo dapat magsisid? Hindi na kailangan yan kasi ang hinihingi nila autonomy. So, baka naman pwedeng hingin kay Congressman Moilagal, huwag na natin ilagay. This might cause some misimpression na tinatakot natin sila. O, sige, bigyan namin kayo autonomy, pero wag niyong isipin na magsisida. Ganon yan eh, kaya nang dating. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we have the
Mr.
last
Chair.
question.
Mr. Chair, may I make a manifestation?
Yes, okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the suggestion and discussion, the exchange of ideas. And I'd like to speak as a Bangsamoro, as a stakeholder. I have no, I respect the suggestion of including such phrase in the provision, but may I just manifest it as a Bangsamoro, as a part of this entity, as a part of this people, a group of people. I find it a little offensive, perhaps, the inclusion of that statement, because it seems to proceed po from an impression that we are a rebellious people. So, that's why I'm just stating this po, kasi as a Moro, medyo may ganun po siyang effect. Kaya siguro, if you want to also be sensitive perhaps to other groups of people or individuals. Anyway, there is already a statement they're saying that yes, we do agree that we are a part of the Philippines. So I think that would be enough po. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Hartaman. And final response of Congressman Basaga before we go to the next interpreter.
Well, actually, I have the best intentions. As a matter of fact, for the benefit, for the information of everybody, the biggest Muslim community in the province of Cavite is situated in my city, the city of Dasmariñas. I know the traditions, the custom, the beliefs of all of Muslims. My only intention is that I want, as a true-blooded Filipino, to guarantee the integrity of the Philippine territory. Of course, this is a democracy. Everybody is entitled to its opinion. But that is my opinion. And of course, if the rule of the majority would be otherwise, I don't have any other alternative except to agree with it. As a matter of fact, whenever there are problems in Muslim Mindanao, we are always affected. Because our constituents, our Muslim constituents, pupunta sila sa Dasmariñas, nakakaguluhan niya sa Basilan, i-enroll yung kanilang mga anak doon sa Dasmariñas without any birth certificate, without any school records. And even in cases of murder, they don't allow themselves to be the subject of their autopsy, and therefore, an eye for an eye and for a tooth. I know this. As a matter of fact, I was the first mayor who established a public and elementary school na itunuturo yung inyong Arabic language. And you can verify that with the Muslim community in Dasmariñas. Ang sa akin naman, as a Filipino, I want to guarantee the integrity, the integration of the Philippine territory. And as a lawyer, I don't see any reason why there would be a problem with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Congressman Basaga. The next in the list is Congressman Abeg from Palawan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, we would like to send our appreciation first to Speaker Belmonte for Deputy Speaker Padilla and the committee, to the chairman for designating us as deputized members of this committee as representatives of the province of Palawan. My greetings first to Secretary Deles, to Professor Coronel Ferrer, to Chairman Iqbal, and to the parties and to the guests. I only have few clarificatory questions, Madam. In Section 1 of the bill, Bangsamoro people, those who at the time of conquest and colonization were considered natives or original inhabitants of Mindanao and the Sulu Archipelago and its adjacent islands, including Palawan and their descendants, whether mixed or of full blood, shall have the right to identify themselves as Bangsamoro or Bangsamoro by inscription or by self-ascription. Now, on Article 3, in the provision territory, in sections 1 to 7, there is not stated the province of Palawan. Simple clarificatory question. If I may address this to Chairman Iqbal first, Mr. Chairman. Is the province of Palawan part and under the jurisdiction of the Bangsamoro of this bill?
Chairman Iqbal is recognized.
If you look at the whole proposed Bangsamoro basic law, you will not find that Palawan is included.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For record purposes, because my constituents in the province are a little bit worried about the word province of Palawan stated in the first section in section 1. So for clarification, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I think this requires further elaboration. We are speaking here about concepts. See, if you look at the first term, Bangsamoro homeland, that's the traditional Bangsamoro homeland, and Palawan is included. That's part of the Sultanate of Sulu. If you look at the ancestral domain of the Bangsamoro, then we are looking at a larger territory. If we speak about the Bangsamoro territory, it is what is stipulated in the Bangsamoro basic law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because in previous plebiscites, like for example the ARMM, we were also to be included in the ARMM. But in, I think, 4 plebiscites, the province has voted an overwhelming vote of 85% saying that they do not want to be part of the entity.
May I now recognize...
Mr. Chairman, I still have, I don't know how many...
I still have some time.
I still have, I think, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, if I could waive it for Congressman Castro.
Well, next to be recognized is Congressman Belmonte, and I think that...
Mr. Chairman, I will just use this 2 minutes waive in my favor.
Okay.
Without, of course, waiving my slot
Recognize.
later on, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this representation has observed that there were certain critical issues raised by Congressman Barzaga. Simply to have a closure on the issues raised by Congressman Barzaga. Critical issues were answered by Secretary Teles, of course representing the panel of the government. Now my question now, Mr. Chairman, is, will the MILF panel adopt all the answers of Secretary Teles to critical issues raised by Congressman Barzaga?
Before that question should be answered, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I am withdrawing my comment regarding secession, including mine.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, this representation did not only refer to the matter of secession, but there are matters of constitutional matters which were raised by Congressman Barzaga. My question now is, does the MILF adopt the answers of Secretary Teles, especially on the matter of constitutional issues raised by Congressman Bangsamoro.
Chairman Iqbal is recognized.
This is a very difficult question. Damn you do, damn you don't. My answer is I do not have comment.
He reserves comment. So, okay, so we just proceed now with the next tabulator. We go to Congressman Belmonte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, Chairman Bag, Professor Ferrer, and members of the General Panel, the PTC, my colleagues, good morning po. Iligan City and its people fully support peace and development for Mindanao.
Can we have silence? Silence, please. Can we have silence? Let us hear Congressman Belmonte of Iligan City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Iligan City and its people fully support peace and development for the Bangsamoro. We support the BBL, but at the same time, we have the feeling of fears, concern, worries about our future because of the some provisions, few provisions of the BBL. Mr. Chairman, I would like clarification on Section 3 of the Article 3, territory, and Section 3, the contiguous territory. Pwede ba malaman kung ano talaga ibig sabihin nito? Especially the words at any time with the upon a petition of 10% of the qualified voters, they can opt to be included. First question, bakit po anytime? Second question, like Palawan, Iligan City already refused to be included in the Bangsamoro HOR before, twice. So, although there are only 7 barangays presently contiguous with the Bangsamoro territory, it comprises more than 80% of the land area of Iligan. Supposing mga botante po, they will vote to be included, manalo sila sa plebiscite, what will happen with Iligan City, a highly urbanized city? We will be dismembering Iligan City. Not only dismembering, Iligan City will be disintegrated. Paano mangyari sa mga ira namin? Ano mangyari sa once the industrial city of the South? So, ang question ko po, we want more clarification on this matter, on this particular section D and the section 3 of the contiguous territory. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
we would like to ask Professor Ferrer to answer the questions of Congressman Belmonte on territory.
Yes, Your Honor, we take the question. Certainly, it is very clear that Iligan City is not included in the prospective core territory of the Bangsamoro as currently enumerated. The only way parts of Iligan City or the whole of Iligan City may be included in the upcoming plebiscite after the passage of the law or in the future is when there is significant interest from the people of Iligan City themselves to so be given the chance. So it will not happen if the people of Iligan City do not wish to be included. And the manner that has been provided in this draft Bangsamoro Basic Law for that possibility, that remote possibility, is through the mode of petition of 10% of registered voters. And this requirement is consistent with the Initiative and Referendum Act that is also part of our national laws, giving due recognition to a very democratic principle, the principle of the consent of the people.
But you did not answer my main question, Professor.
what will happen with the rest. Supposing part of Iligan opts to be a part of the Bangsamoro, what will happen with the one left behind? No? Yung ano mangyayari doon sa mga LGU ay yung barangay na naiwan. Baka hindi cannot even qualify as a city anymore. Baka ordinary city na lang, ordinary municipality na lang. Another question is, do you entertain when the term LGUs, do you refer to barangays or the whole city of Iligan? Because there's a chance, big chance, na yung kung mga butante doon sa hinterlands, alam mo, may magbubuto po yun in favor. Tatakotin nila yung not in favor. So, it will appear in the plebiscite that those majority talaga bubuto. The silent majority will not vote. Why? Matatakot sila doon sa Bangsamoro. Yun ang perception namin sa Iligan. So, wala pong clarification ito, no? So, we are questioning kung ito ba kailangan pa ba ilagay. Bakit hindi natin gawin fix na lang yung territory nyo? Doon nga sa ibang bansa, yung mga countries doon, federal state, fix na. Ito, meron pang adjustable, lastikohin pa natin. So, why not include na lang ngayon para magkaroon kami ng peace of mind? So, those are the questions I believe most frequently asked, especially not in Iligan, those territories that are contiguous with the Bangsamoro po. So, first, another follow-up question. Pwede ba mag-plebiscite yung barangay lang, not the whole city? And who will be included in the plebiscite? Just in case a few barangays will also be included. The whole city or those barangays affected?
Sige po, Your Honor. Maybe we will describe how other areas may be included. We make a distinction between the first plebiscite. The first plebiscite is upon the passage of the law that will define the initial territory of the Bangsamoro. And the second classification are for those contiguous areas that may decide to join, that may want to join in the future. So may pagkakaiba po yun, yung mangyayari dito sa unang plebisito, doon sa hinaharap. Kaya kung makikita nyo po yung article on territory, it refers to territory in general, whereas the article on the plebiscite refers only specific to the first plebiscite. So very basic po, may reference po tayo sa geographic areas. Therefore, geographic areas, which is a concept used in the Constitution defining the potential territory of autonomous regions, can apply to the level of the barangay, all the way up to the province. So ang masasabi ko lang po, ang major difference dito sa unang plebisito, ang process para makasama yung mga nakadikit na mga barangay ay through either the petition or of 10% of registered voters, they will be included in the first plebiscite or an LGU resolution. Ganun lang po para makasama sila. In the future, however, because they are part of local governments that are not under the Bangsamoro, since the Bangsamoro has already been created, the manner for resolving the matter would have to conform with the local government code. In other words, if a barangay, for instance, in one of the 7 barangays you have mentioned in Iligan City that are adjacent to either Tagaloan and Baloy, assuming of course that Tagaloan and Baloy vote to be included in the Bangsamoro because they will still go through the vote. Kung meron pong isang barangay dyan na gustong mapasali, the process to set that off is to submit a petition of 10% of registered voters to the COMELEC. But because under the local government code and under the Constitution, affected units will have to be consulted, then in the future it will have to be a vote of the whole local government, which is at the province level, all the way up or maybe sa province level, because that is what is stipulated both in the Constitution.
We don't.
That's right. In this example, it will be at the level of the whole city, in conformity with what the Constitution says, with reference to other local governments, which says that the political units that are directly affected shall also be consulted, and in accordance with the local government code. But the distinction is being made between the first plebiscite and the subsequent plebiscites that may be held after the Bangsamoro has been created.
Professor, Mr. Chairman, that is precisely our concern, the future. Walang uncertainty, no? Bakit pa yung future namin matatakot kami sa illegal dress because there is a possibility ngayong coming plebiscites. Bakit pa naman anytime? Bakit hindi lang one time? Bakit pa anytime? Meaning, mawala na tayo sa mundo, ganoon pa rin. So that precisely caused fears, worries among the non-Bangsamoro entities. Another question Professor, is, yun nga po, hindi naman very clear sa Article 15 sa plebiscite yung sinabi nyo nga if the barangay opts to be included, yung barangay lang ang mag-decide. How about the whole city? Because that city is a part of, that barangay is a part of Iligan City. Dapat very clear sana that the whole of the city of Iligan will cast their vote and decide. So, to my understanding, yung LGU nyo is barangay na. Because 49 barangays are included now. So, kailangan meron clarification who will participate in a plebiscite in case a barangay wants to be included in the Bangsamoro.
Yes, sir. Your clarification is with regard to the first plebiscite.
You want to be a member of a part of the Bangsamoro, yung Iligan City, ayaw yun dahil part of the land, sasama doon, hindi naman lang yung inhabitants. We are talking here of land territories nga. So, another question na hindi pa nansera, supposing lang yung mga tao gusto talaga sasama sa R sa Bangsamoro. What will happen now with Iligan City? Maging municipality na lang? What will happen with our area? What will happen with our share sa national wealth?
Sir, all of these things will happen only if people of Iligan decide to do this. So if they are not interested in this, then it will not happen.
Supposing they are interested, yun nga, tanong ko.
I think the consequences are very clear to everyone, but it's very clear po dun sa unang plebiscito, yes, it's possible that
Mr. Chairman, I just want to manifest yung concern po sa Iligan. Anyway, preliminary lang ito. So yun po ang concern namin sa Iligan City about the territories. Yes. Dahil po sinasabi na in the future, upon petition of 10%, if they ought to be included anytime, yun ang nakatakot yung anytime. Bakit hindi natin gawin wala na o once na po?
Yes, the other hand, it is stated that in future plebiscites, where there is 10% petition, the entire local government unit decides. In other words, it will not be the 7 barangays, but in the future, if there's a 10% of the barangay that will sign to have a plebiscite, all of Iligan City will be consulted through the plebiscite. So that is the explanation. But we thank you for your concern, because that's the concern of other areas contiguous to the territory of the Bangsamoro. Thank you. So we now proceed. Thank you.
Your Honor, can I just...
Yes, I know the Dennis can comment.
Of course, our trust in the consent of the governed principle is really very high. But let me also just point out that this particular provision is in fact based on a sense of hope. That in fact, if the Bangsamoro really works well, that maybe contiguous territories will want to be part of it. And should we stop that? We understand that people will make their decision based on what is good for them. And if it looks like the Bangsamoro is working well and being good for them, then that is the only reason why we do not close this door. let us look at this provision as a sign of hope and a sign of faith that the Bangsamoro will in fact improve the lives of the people and will provide the hope that maybe others will want to be in the future for associated with it. It will not be forced. That is very clear. The Bangsamoro does not want to be enforced on anyone that does not want to be part of it.
Thank you, Secretary Delis. The next in line is Congresswoman Sorillas of Zamboanga del Sur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To one and all, good morning. I am from the province of Zamboanga del Sur. I represent the 2nd District, meaning I am a Mindanaoan. Of course, all of us from Mindanao, we are for peace. That is genuine and lasting peace for our homeland, Mindanao. We want the BBL to be just and acceptable to all Mindanaoans consistent with our Constitution. We believe that the only way to have peace is for all of us to follow the law. Because first and foremost, we are all Filipinos. The proposed BBL looks good at the onset, but when reviewed objectively, you will realize that it is not the key to the long competitive peace in Mindanao. As a matter of fact, the ongoing national debate on the proposed BBL created negative reactions from the community due to certain ambiguities that need to be clarified at the interest of the majority. Lumad, settlers, other groups must be put into consideration to ensure that this BBL will be consistent with our Philippine Constitution. Otherwise, it will appear just similar to the MOA Act that was already declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. Mr. Chair, I have some issues. And it appears that until today, there have not been genuine consultations made by the GRP, MILF, peace panels with local government units, especially those LGUs where there is a sizable number of MILF sympathizers. As to the authority to represent, who are the Bangsamoro people that the Philippine government is dealing with right now? It appears that the Philippine government is dealing with the MILF. So who gave the MILF the authority to represent the Bangsamoro people? When and where was this authority given? As to the separation of church and state, we have a separation of church and state under Article 2, Section 6 of the 1987 Constitution. MILF is bringing the name Islamic. Is this not a violation already? As to the territorial and political subdivisions of the state, Article 10, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution provides Section 1, the territorial and political subdivisions of the Republic of the Philippines are the provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays. There shall be autonomous regions in Muslim Mindanao and the Cordilleras as hereafter provided. Without amending the Constitution, where shall we put the Bangsamoro area? Mr. Chair, there is not much information dissemination on the real contents of the comprehensive agreement of the Bangsamoro. The framework agreement and the Bangsamoro basic law, they may have been a flash of publicity on the progress of the peace process affecting the Bangsamoro in the national media. But there is not much discussion regarding the substance of these documents cited above, thus keeping a majority of Mindanaoans in the dark on the Bangsamoro issue. A reading of the Bangsamoro basic law will show that the Bangsamoro entity created therein possesses powers that are characteristic of the sovereign state. Is this a sub-state to be created from the Republic of the Philippines, and the Bangsamoro is just a preparation for eventual separation? On the issue of revenue sharing, the Bangsamoro appears to enjoy a much bigger share in revenues compared to local government units, which will continue to be under the local government code. What makes the Bangsamoro a superior entity compared to the other LGUs that will get a bigger share in revenues? This apparently will be a violation of the constitutional principle of equal protection of the laws, and that everything that is alive should be treated alive. Mr. Chair, I hereby manifest my strong opposition for the approval of the BBL due to the following reasons now. One, this will not lead to a lasting peace in Mindanao. We should not forget that MILF does not represent the entire Bangsamoro population. MILF is just one among those who strive for self-determination. There is still other groups who we should listen to. Indeed, we believe that the Bangsamoro basic law will just divide the Mindanao Island and will lead to another social volcano. Two, BBL limits the power of the Congress to review. The framework agreement of the Bangsamoro and its annexes repeatedly required that the basic law should be consistent with all agreements entered into, and that may be entered into or in accordance with the provisions of the framework agreement of the Bangsamoro. It is repeatedly stated in the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro that all agreements entered into have to be implemented. What is there to review if the Congress is compelled to respect all previous agreements, whether they are illegal or unconstitutional? Three, it does not address the basic problem, but it adds to the problems on food security, employment, health, and education are our real problems in Mindanao. People need more food on their table, decent wages, medicines, and health facilities, and send their children to school. The BBL will not solve these problems, but worsen them by slicing the wealth of Mindanao for the majority of the people. Four, and last, it promotes division and expansion of Bangsamoro territory. The provision wherein only 10% is required for a certain area to be included in the Bangsamoro territory will just create a scenario of war between the Bangsamoro and the local government units. This will just cause chaos, uncertainty, and instability instead of promoting peace. Mr. Chairman, we are not against peace. We just want to have a fair and just BBM that is for the good of the majority, consistent with the Philippine Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Siriles. We'd like to ask Secretary Deles, then Chairman Iqbal, and Professor Ferrer to comment on the points raised by the Honorable Congresswoman.
Thank you very much. With due respect to the good Congresswoman, of course we hold a different view. We hold the view that it is good to have a political settlement with an armed group that has been waging war on the Philippine government for decades, the costs of which have been enormous, not just for the area itself, not just for the Bangsamoro, but for the entire Mindanao and in fact the entire country. We know that the problem in the area of Muslim Mindanao has in fact been a drain on the country. It has dragged the country down. And as in every peace agreement that has been reached in any part of the world, we welcome an agreement of how to settle this problem, and that both sides have come to an agreement to solve this problem through legislation by the properly authorized body, by the Constitution, the Congress, therefore, to make the law under a clear constitutional mandate. The Constitution has declared that there may be two autonomous regions in the country. And autonomy does not mean separation, it does not mean dismemberment, it in fact means that there can be a different arrangement for parts of the country which have undergone a different history, are still made distinct by their culture and perhaps their faith, that it may be proper to give them a certain arrangement where there may be more self-governance than others. And self-governance does not only mean entitlements, it also means more responsibilities. And therefore, when you look at what much more power is given, that is part of the responsibility of self-governance. Real self-governance means that you have to give them the powers, and you have to give them the means, that is the powers of to reach fiscal autonomy. And it is very clear that the fiscal autonomy that is proposed in the Bangsamoro Basic Law is not endless entitlement. It does say that any additional revenues that are earned because of the law, the provisions in the law, from the shares in taxation, as well as in the shares from revenues of from natural resources, will be after the 4th year deducted from the block grant that is given. So it is clear that what is envisioned here is that fiscal self-governance will also in time be supported through its own autonomous ways of supporting itself. The law is very clear. It is under the constitutional framework. It is a part of the national territory. It is part of the general supervision of the President. The reserved powers are clear. National defense, foreign policy, among others, even coinage, even postal services are reserved to the national government. Therefore, in all ways that look at the question of sovereignty, it is clear that sovereignty is with the central government. It is only autonomy that is provided for in this territory. Having said that, the question of why did government, who has government talked to, it is the understood way in peacemaking that one talks, unfortunately, to those who have waged war, and that is the case here, where it was clear that there was no military means by which this could be resolved. Otherwise, it would have been resolved earlier. And therefore, a political settlement is what you are looking at. An agreement by two parties that through a peaceful political way you will resolve that problem. That is certainly the way of all civilized nations. That is certainly the way of all democratic states. And we are happy to be at this stage now where we are. And it is clear that this resolution is not just going to be with the MILF. That is why it is going to Congress. If it were just between the MILF and the government, then it would have ended with a cap. But no, it goes to Congress. And in Congress, the ones who will pass the law are representatives of the entire country. And even after the law is passed, it goes to plebiscite. Meaning to say, if the Bangsamoro people, the inhabitants of the Bangsamoro don't agree with it, they will vote it down. It is still the consent of the governed. It is still the consent of those who will be most affected by it. We are, of course, hoping, and what we are getting, the signs that we are getting from the ground is, in fact, there is a great welcome. There is a sense of hope that we are really now at the end of what has been a very dark tunnel. But in the end, the resolution belongs to all of us. It is put to Congress, a national body with representatives from the entire country. And it is put to the inhabitants of the Bangsamoro, whether in fact they will be part of it or not. The MILF has been an instrument. And I think we should be happy to say that the MILF, as it has waged war in the past, is now making itself an instrument of peace, where in the end, it is the people that will decide whether that settlement that we have agreed on is the one that they will also accept. With regard to the matter of consultations, I think Chairman Iqbal and Chair Ferrer would like to say something also.
Thank you, Secretary Deles. Chairman Iqbal is recognized.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for giving me the opportunity to respond to the issue of public consultation. I wish to inform this August body that the Bangsamoro Precision Commission has 4 mandates, one of which is to conduct public engagement, public forum, so that they will understand the whole aspect of the drafting of the Bangsamoro Basic Law. Separately or jointly, both the government and the Minor Peace Panel have conducted extensive public engagement, public consultations. And aside from that, the MLM has entered into several, the Bangsamoro Precision Commission has entered into several memorandum of understanding agreement with many international non-government organizations, notably the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, the Conciliation Resources, even the Asia Foundation, to conduct consultations on the ground in various parts of Mindanao and even including Manila and some parts of Visayas and Luzon. Aside from that, the Bangsamoro Transition Commission had also made courtesy calls to the Governor of Lanao del Sur, the Governor of Maguindanao, the Governor of North Cotabato, the Mayor of Cotabato City, the Governor of Basilan, the Governor of Tawi-Tawi, the Governor of Sulu, and we even paid a courtesy call to the city mayor of Zamboanga City, where we were treated in a special manner. I would have liked to discuss how we were treated in Zamboanga City. And I'm also happy to say here that with us today are 2 of the outstanding personalities who believe in peace, and they have conducted hundreds of consultations in Mindanao. I'm referring to the Mindanao Civil Society organization for the peace process. With the permission of the Honorable Chair, would I be permitted to call the 2 personalities? First, Attorney Ann Arlado to share an inputs about how extensive was the consultation. And of course, I would also call on Brother Cosmic Club to share his experiences and engagement with the people on the ground, on various stakeholders in Mindanao.
Yes, considering that the issue of consultation was raised by Congresswoman Cerillas, we now allow and recognize Ms. Arnado and then Mr. Miklat to be able to answer about Mr. Arnado is not here, but I see Mr. Miklat. Yeah. Mr. Miklat, the Executive Director of the Mindanao Peace Weavers.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Chairman Iqbal, for allowing me to tell you about the consultations that we have been involved in. It's very interesting to listen and to be part of this historical and momentous process. And I might just want to reiterate that this process was not just the result of a negotiation between 2 panels. I think civil society has also a stake in this and have been part of the process in accompanying this process, especially after the 2000 all-out war was waged in Mindanao. The Mindanao Peace Weavers, which is the broadest coalition of peace advocates in and for Mindanao, with members both in the Visayas and also in Luzon, have been conducting countless consultations with and in partnership with the other major stakeholders, be the GPH, the MILF, etc. But we do it also independently as civil society stakeholders. We partner, we engage, we have sometimes issues that we don't agree with, but at the end of the day, we partner because we all want to achieve the same thing that we want to achieve, which is lasting, genuine, equitable peace. We've had consultations around Mindanao, but we know that, as we have heard here, that this issue is not just for Mindanaoans, not just for the Bangsamoro, but also for the rest of the Philippines. And in fact, even the region at large is watching this. Our organization, the Initiatives for International Dialogue, have also been engaging in the issues of Burma, Timor, South Thailand, and they are also looking at this process right now, studying what we have been doing, And in fact, what we may be doing here, or what you will be passing eventually, will be something that would, I think, inspire also others who are looking for a way out of a violent conflict. I was just telling our friend at the back that what you are doing here actually is short of arresting what has been being tried in the past, a path to peace through war. But now we are trying to achieve peace through a political settlement, a negotiated political settlement. And I think that is the way to go, so that we don't go back to the ways of war. Now, MPW, the Peace Weavers, together with our allied partners and networks, the Women's Peace Table, the Mindanao Commission of Women, the different allied networks, even the Mindanao Solidarity Network here in Manila, have been consulting our constituents, grassroots and otherwise, about this process. FAB, CAB, we've been there. The annexes, we've been engaging in KL, we've been engaging in even during the lulls, where the 4.5 months that the BBL has not yet been released, we've been trying back channels, front channels, whatever, just to give our inputs. And in fact, if you have in your table, Your Honors, a Mindanao People's Peace Agenda pamphlet, that is reflective of more than 2 years of consultations of our own constituents in the Peace Weavers. That is, I think, reflective of our aspirations. All of them may not be part of the agreement, but the agenda is beyond an agreement, and we hope to continue to engage not only in the passage of this BBL, but even beyond. In the plebiscite, we will be there, and even hopefully when the BTA is
yeah, Sir Victor, can you tell us which parts of Mindanao you were able to reach and have consultations?
Well, the MPW's membership is all around Mindanao, so we have West Mindanao, we have the islands, Sulu, Jolo, we have Zamboanga. In fact, I remember Congressman Lobrigat, we were partners in our Caravan for Peace, if you remember. We had a Caravan for Peace that came from Baguio up to Mindanao, and we passed by Zamboanga, and a good mayor at that time was Congressman Lobrigat, who even held a torch of our caravan when we embarked on this. So we were in West Mindanao, we were in Central Mindanao, we were also in South Mindanao, and we have partners in North Mindanao. Then we also went to Visayas, Bacolod, Cebu, Bohol, the Republic of Bohol, and even in Manila.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Miklas of the Mindanao Peace Weavers and the International Initiative for Dialogue.
Initiatives for International
Dialogue. We'd like to recognize now Ms. Arnaldo is already here. She is with the Mindanao CSO, the Civil Society Organization Platform for Peace. Yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon.
This is a matter of consultations.
Yes, sir. In behalf of the Mindanao Civil Society Organization Platform for Peace, I am very, very happy to inform this committee that the civil society in Mindanao have come together in partnership with the Bangsamoro Transition Commission for the conduct of public consultations. So around 120 civil society organizations in Mindanao have volunteered our time, resources, and people to be able to contribute in ensuring that our communities will be able to participate in the initial stages of the drafting of the Bangsamoro Basic Law at the level of the BTC. So from October up to March of this year, we are happy to report to you that we have conducted 646 consultations. And these were done in the ARMM provinces, including those target expanded areas of Cotabato City, Isabela, and especially in mixed communities of Muslims and Christians in North Cotabato and Lanao del Norte. So this is our contribution to ensure that the experience that we had with the MOA AD will not be repeated anymore. This is, we are not part of the government, we're not part of the MILF, but this is our contribution as Mindanaoan to ensure that we will all be able to ensure that in this BBL, we will no longer have any problems or questions with regards to the public engagement because we are addressing that as civil society. Now that's for round 1, 646 consultation. Now for this round 2, we are going to bring again the Bangsamoro Basic Law, this time the version that we have now in Congress. We will bring this back to our communities, explain to them the contents we hear, and ask also the recommendations, proposals, clarify their questions, address their fears, and again, as civil society, we will be volunteering our resources here as our contribution to the peace process and as our duty as Mindanaoans for our peace advocacy.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. My name was mentioned earlier.
Yes, your name was mentioned. So would you like to comment on your name being mentioned?
Yes, because my name was mentioned.
You have 1 minute, Congressman.
Yeah, it really shows that if the caravan held Zamboanga, I was present because I am for peace. However, if you talk of consultations, earlier the lady said that they made consultations from October to March. But many of the agreements were already signed before October and March. Consultation should be done prior to the signing of any of the framework or the annexes. It should not be done after. If it is done after, it is no longer information, it is consultation after the fact, and it is information, not consultation. In fact, Chairman Iqbal said that they made courtesy calls to the governors of the different provinces. These courtesy calls were after the signing of the CAP and the SAP. So actually, even when there was that consultation in Zamboanga, the consultation of the Transition Commission was already created, meaning to say all the agreements have already been signed. So there is a very big difference between consultation prior to the signing of any agreement or consultations after the signing of the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Obligat. Would you like to recognize Professor Ferrer?
Can I just say, Your Honor,
Yes,
we
Secretary
are
Dennis
happy
first.
to provide the committee the listing of all consultations that were held way even before the signing of the CAP.
Thank you. Professor Ferrer?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to go back to some of the points raised by Representative Stariles, because she did raise several points and would like to acknowledge this. But first of all, I would like to say that indeed in the past, under the leadership of our previous chair, who is now the Associate Justice in the Supreme Court, Mark Biclonen, we did get the opportunity to meet with Governor Stariles and the other governors of the Zamboanga Peninsula. And actually, we have been here in Congress several times. Every time we came from Kuala Lumpur, even as we were still negotiating the framework agreement as well as the 4 annexes that we eventually signed, we have come back here to report to you on all of these developments. And I do remember very well that both Representatives Lobrigat as well as Representative Cediles attended these hearings. I would like to acknowledge the observation made by Congresswoman Cediles that indeed the real problems are education, health, and other basic services. And to that extent, we know that the provinces, the Muslim-dominated provinces that now currently comprise the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao are actually the ones that are most deprived with regard to these basic needs and services. And it has been the intention of the peace negotiations and now at the draft BBL with its different provisions relating to the fiscal autonomy, economy, and rehabilitation, which are 2 distinct articles in the BBL, plus another distinct article on rehabilitation and development. to address this dire situation as far as human development indicators go. We know that Sulu, Basilan, Maguindanao, Lanao are part of the last 10 provinces in the Human Development Index, and we are hoping very much that making permanent the ceasefire, ending the conflict through this comprehensive agreement and the implementation of its different provisions, the passage of this law would provide a favorable atmosphere, environment for all the socio-economic development to take place and uplift the lives of our brothers and sisters in that part of Mindanao. I would also like to acknowledge the point made by Representative Ceriles that it is true that the MILF does not represent everybody in the region. The MILF is an organized group with its constituency, although it is also true that it is probably the biggest armed group now in the country, and it is indeed a very good development that the MILF has agreed to undergo the process of decommissioning of its weapons and combatants, a future that we all look forward to as part of the process of ending all forms of political violence that we find in our country. But at the same time, we also know that this law that we have now, this bill that we have now, was initiated by the process of peace agreement, which makes it somewhat different from all other cases, but at the same time, it's no different from other bills that are initiated by different groups, different interest groups, different civil society groups. They may have come from one segment of the population. In this case, it has come and it reflects the aspirations of our brothers and sisters in the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and their constituencies. But at the same time, we had always collaboratively worked on the principle of inclusivity to ensure that all interests, all stakeholders, the different concerns will be reflected in the law. Earlier, Representative Lobregat asked us why the review process took a long time, and I do not wish to provoke another response that I have mentioned Congressman Lobregat again, but I think I would like to answer indirectly that precisely we underwent this due diligence with this law as well as the annexes, the different annexes that we signed to ensure that all the important principles, democratic principles are taken into account and the different interests and welfares are addressed. So in the end, I think we can say that what we have is a peace agreement and a draft Bangsamoro basic law that is not just for the MILF, but are for all the people who will, especially for all the people, whether Muslim or non-Muslim, whether indigenous or non-indigenous, they're reflective of all the interests and protects and guarantees the rights and welfare of all the citizens who will be part of this Bangsamoro government. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing Congressman Biaso. Would you like to have some words from Secretary Teles?
Yes, I would just like to address the concern this may be in violation of the constitutional principle of the separation between church and state. And maybe it is good to be reminded that it is in fact the constitution that mentions the term Muslim Mindanao, recognizing that this is part of the narrative. And the term Bangsamoro speaks of a larger identity, not just based on religion, it is also ethnic, it is cultural, it is a sense of a whole history. So in fact, in that way, it even gives a broader view of this. But just to assure that in Article 9 on basic rights, without mentioning all the rights already guaranteed by the Constitution, again, certain rights were selected to be stressed. Just to give assurances on this matter, and if you will look at the basic rights, section 1, you have as letter B, right to freedom and expression of religion and beliefs. Letter I, right to equal opportunity and non-discrimination in social and economic activity and the public service, regardless of class, creed, disability, gender, and ethnicity. J, it's right to establish cultural and religious associations. And K, right to freedom from religious, ethnic, and sectarian harassment. In fact, any inhabitant of the Bangsamoro, whether Muslim, Christian, or Lumat, may run for public office in the Bangsamoro.
Thank you. Now we recognize Senator Congressman Biaso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 42 years of strife, an intensive conduct of hearings, to include not only in the halls of this chamber, but I hope we will find ourselves consulting with people in classrooms. Doon ho sa schedule ninyo. So my fundamental question is this. What is the fundamental difference between the organic law now in place and the Bangsamoro basic law proposed? What is lacking? Kasi yung organic law na yan, pumunta pa sa Supreme Court yan eh. In-examine niya sa Korte Suprema. And to me, Mr. Chairman, the most serious hurdle, the most serious obstacle to the passage of the law is the question of constitutionality. I therefore raise a question to the panels. In the CAB and in the FAB framework ba yun? Framework. Meron duhudong mention of the possibility of having to amend the Constitution. Have we dispensed with that? Kasi po, dito nakikita ko na preamble. With the blessings of the Almighty, to ordain and promulgate this Bangsamoro basic law within the framework of the Constitution. And I will propose at the proper time, Mr. Chairman, na idagdag dyan in accordance with constitutional processes. Wala ho dito yun. That will come in the ano. So, ang tanong po, have we abandoned the possibility of constitutional amendment?
Yes, that's
because the answer to that question can determine what we have to do. Any of the...
Yes,
please answer that question.
Yes, Your Honor. Clearly, as has been stated, the law that is submitted to Congress is framed within the constitutional. Within the Constitution, therefore there is no request, there is no suggestion for constitutional amendments.
Wala na ho yun, wala na yun.
Whether in the future people will want to propose constitutional amendments for further entrenchment, that will go through another process. It is not here, Your Honor. But just like any other Filipino may propose revisions to the Constitution, just as the leadership of Congress now is proposing some changes, that cannot be stopped. But that will undergo the process that is properly mandated by the Constitution of how to change the Constitution, and it's not through a law.
The reason why I ask the question is this. If in the process of examining the provisions by provisions entry into this Bangsamoro basic law, if we are agreed that it must be in accordance with constitutional processes, then each of us must understand the reason why we are proposing amendments to this is because we do not want to go to the difficult process of having to amend the present Constitution. Kasi po, kung ipapilit natin yung provisions that will require constitutional amendments, that probably will take another 10 years. If we have to amend the Constitution, and remember, Mr. Chairman, the authorities that will have through which the Bangsamoro basically will have to go through is first, the powers of Congress. Ito hong ginagawa natin ngayon. Second is the power of the people through the plebiscite. And the last authority will be the power of the Supreme Court to rule whether one measure is called up in accordance with the Constitution or not. And I assure you, whatever we pass through this present process, there will be people who will go to the Supreme Court and question this. And what happened to the MOA AD should not happen to this. And that's the reason why I am asking, have we abandoned?
Yes, Your Honor. It is clear
Yes,
to all,
let's answer the subject
it is
question.
clear to all stakeholders that Congress cannot pass a law that is unconstitutional. And in fact, you will see that in the ending clauses that any part that may be deemed the separability clause, that if any part is considered unconstitutional, that this may be struck down without striking down the entire law. So that is fully, Your Honor, in recognition that this goes through a constitutional process, and we are fully confident that the product will be fully constitutional.
Thank you. Can we hear Chairman Iqbal about the concerns of Congressman Biazon?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This session this morning is very frank and straightforward. And we are dealing here with truth and on the basis of documents. Just to educate ourselves as far as our knowledge of the process or the process is concerned. If we read the formal agreement with the Bangsamoro about the task of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, the task or the mandates of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission are four. One is to craft a Bangsamoro basic law. Two, to propose amendments to the Constitution, if necessary. Third, the Bangsamoro Transition Commission has mandate over socio-economic components or projects or activities on the ground. That's why we created that socio-economic office of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission. Fourth, it's about conduct of public consultations or public engagements. Looking at the framework agreement with the Bangsamoro on the issue of crafting the Bangsamoro basic law, it says that the basis of the Bangsamoro basic law, which we are now talking here, is the framework agreement with the Bangsamoro, the four annexes, and the addendum on the Bangsamoro waters. That's the basis of the Bangsamoro basic law. We should also know that the environment and the government of the Republic of the Philippines have signed two major documents. One is the framework agreement with the Bangsamoro, and the other is the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. The framework agreement on the Bangsamoro, as I have explained, composed of the framework itself, plus the four annexes and the addendum on Bangsamoro. In the case of the Bangsamoro, in the case of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, it encompasses the 6 documents, because the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro is an accumulation of all signed documents since 1997, during the term of President Ramos, up to the time that we signed the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. That's why subsequent meeting in Kuala Lumpur is no longer negotiation. It is simply a discussion, because the agenda has already been signed by the two parties. As to the question of the Honorable Congressman Biazon, regarding the need for amending the Constitution, the first answer to that is that it is one of the tasks or Bangsamoro Transition Commission. And it is indicated, officially indicated, in Executive Order 120, that among the tasks of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission is to propose, if necessary, an amendment to the Constitution. Because we are addressing a Bangsamoro problem, which is not actually a problem as far as we are concerned, because we are in Mindanao right from the start, so we should not be the problem in Mindanao. The problem are those, I'm sorry to say this one, I think the right way to see it is that it's not a moral problem, but it's a problem of our people going to Mindanao. That's the problem. We are not the problem. But anyway, we agreed to the formulation during the Presidential Ramos that there would only be one agenda of the GPH or GRP negotiation, and that is how to solve the Bangsamoro problem or Bangsamoro question, which is political in character. And this is the reason that if we complete the process, not just the framework agreement on the Bangsamoro, which will be addressed by the Bangsamoro basic law, we need really to amend the Constitution, because it would not solve what is contained in the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, which is a very large and a very comprehensive document. So that's my explanation, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman.
Yes, your last question? You have more?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
if I may. Maybe if it is going to be the last question, I'll go straight to the point. What is wrong? Or maybe the more polite way to ask the question is, what is the fundamental difference between the existing organic law and this proposed law? Governance structure, sharing of power, etc. What's fundamentally wrong, or what is fundamentally different between this law and the existing organic law? So that we may understand. Kasi kung hindi ho, eh bakit pa tayo gagawa ng panibagong batas? Iamin na lang natin yung existing law. You know, that's the issue eh. So, what is fundamentally different between the organic law now existing and this proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law? Kailangan ho matinig ng taong bayan yan. Ano ba ang mali dito sa umiiral na organic law? Ano ba ang mali dyan?
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. And I will say start off that this would be just the beginning of the answer. Because the answer, if you will really go through it, there will be much more. And I think as you go through an examination of the different provisions of the law, some of this will become clearer. But just to start off, well, first of all, there is a big difference in the process of how that law was made and how this law was crafted at this time. I had said this already earlier. One of the complaints in the RA 9054 was that the MNLF was not really fully engaged in the process. We need to say that the drafting of the law was given to Congress, of which, of course, there are only very minority members coming from the Bangsamoro. And that is why, in this particular case, as a learning from that lesson, the Bangsamoro Transition Commission was created, which is a commission composed of representatives from the MILF and other representatives, other members nominated by GPH and all appointed by the President, so that they will be accompanying this process up to the very end, from the drafting of the law itself. And we ask and we reiterate and we now signify the intent that the Bangsamoro Transition Commission and through that the MILF are engaged in the full process. We hope that that is a major difference, Your Honor, that they are here, and therefore the ownership of the law that will come out, we hope, will be as complete as it can be. But second, in the content itself, there have been many complaints about the RA 9054 not being able to grant full fiscal autonomy and that grant full autonomy And certainly that is one of the things that is being addressed. One of the big complaints has been that the lack of fiscal autonomy prevents the region to be truly autonomous, because how can you be autonomous when you depend almost fully on your budget from the national government? And that is why this whole section on fiscal autonomy, which raises the shares of the Bangsamoro, devolves some further taxation powers, at the same time recognizes that at the appropriate time, and as the Bangsamoro is able to gain more revenues, that this is deducted from the black grant coming from national government, already envisions that the Bangsamoro can become can fully support itself. And in time, with much hope that it may do away even with the black grant from the national government. So you will see this whole section, Your Honor. The form of government, is also a major item that is differentiated, when it was felt that a collective form of political leadership, which is more established in a ministerial form of government, with very direct accountability of the chief minister to the assembly, because the chief minister may be at any time, and with a proper vote and due process, be removed from office as chief minister, puts it there that the accountability becomes more strengthened between the chief minister and through the assembly to the constituents. It also is we understand more consistent or more harmonious with the Islamic consultative mechanism of the Shura. So that is why there was agreement here. The ministerial form of government also allows for more representation in the assembly, with the reserved seats, the party list. You will see from the structure of the government that 50% are district, 40% are district representatives, the rest are proportional and reserved seats. So that is another change. The third, and I'm saying this is just the beginning, the third is the concept of Bangsamoro waters, because we recognize how important waters are to the Bangsamoro. Tausug being people of the sea, Maranao being people of the lake, Maguindanao being people of the flatted plains. And therefore, to have a consideration of the waters around the Bangsamoro being part of the territory was also, and traditionally where they have, many of them have relied on for their livelihood and their survival, is also a major change. You will see in the granting of powers that there is much more thought and delineation about this. The aspect of the intergovernmental relations is also an important difference, Your Honor. It sets a mechanism for which there is constant conversation between the central government and the regional government, so that as conflicts or misunderstandings may arise, and also that there may be conversations about how to do things better, that is put into place. It puts into place a mechanism where if there is any issue to be discussed, there is a mechanism for this. The default will be, let's talk about it, let's not fight about it. That is just a start, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Final question from...
Can we hear from... no, the same question.
Same question, yeah.
What is wrong with the existing organic law as compared to the proposed Bangsamoro law? And I would like to hear from Chairman Iqbal and Attorney Arnado, or Mr. Bicao. We would like to hear from the civil society what is wrong with the existing law.
All right, first, Chairman Iqbal, followed by Ms. Arnado.
Again, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to respond to the Honorable Nestor's question. First, I am quite hesitant to answer the question. out of sensitivity and out of respect to our brothers in the United, to government, and of course Congress. But because this is the proper venue, I have to say what I should say. First, let us understand that the MILF had refused to accept offer from government to accept the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao 3 times. 3 times it was offered to the MILF, we rejected it. It's not that we do not respect the law, we really respect the law. But the question there lies in the reality that if the autonomous region is going to be the solution to the Moro problem or Moro question, it will not solve the problem. That's the reason why we rejected the offer 3 times. I noticed that the President of the Philippines said that the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao is a failed experiment. So we are now talking to the government. So those are the basic reasons why, where lies the difference? Where lies the difference? But I think the best judge who will judge this one is of course Congress. Because both Republic Act 6734 and Republic Act 1954 are passed by Congress. And this Bangsamoro basic law is going to be deliberated and hopefully passed by Congress. So this is the proper venue and this is proper authority that would judge what lies the difference between the two organic acts or laws. As to the details of the explanation on where lies the difference, I think Secretary Dennis has already explained it quite well.
Thank you, Chairman Iqbal. So, Attorney Arnado, and then we'll have the interpellation of Congressman Alejandro.
Well, very briefly, I just want to, in my view, I just want to share what we think is the advantage, what is new, what is improved in this particular law. So first is that the ARMM, as recently decided in the Supreme Court case, is only described as an administrative autonomy. No, it is only a mere administrative political unit that brings Malacanang closer to the constituents. So it is not really a fully functioning political autonomy. So this one in the Bangsamoro Basic Law address the political autonomy, which is the primary aspiration of the Bangsamoro people for right to self-determination and self-governance. So this is a more improved type, not type, but a more improved political arrangement between the central government and the Bangsamoro. So that's one. No? And second is the fiscal autonomy. It brings resources readily available to the Bangsamoro.
Good afternoon to everyone, to my distinguished colleagues, to Secretary Teles, and the Chairman Iqbal, and to all the resource persons. Good afternoon. Before I proceed with my questions, I would like to state that this is very sentimental issue for me. Considering that as a former member of the Philippine Marine Corps, I almost died there in Central Mindanao fighting the MILF in the year 2000. And the MILF, yes. And I can say that there is no alternative to peace in Mindanao. So I support peace in Mindanao, and I just would like to see that whatever we will sign here, it should be first constitutional, and second, it should be acceptable to all the stakeholders. So, Mr. Chair, I will proceed to my first question. In the comprehensive agreement of the Bangsamoro, one of the annexes there is the normalization. And nowhere in the Bangsamoro Basic Law states the contents of that normalization annex or even the general principle on how to go about the normalization process of the Bangsamoro. So that's my first question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please answer the first question. Secretary Teles.
Yes, Your Honor. The normalization annex, it is our position that in that normalization annex, there are only 2 sections in it which need to be put in the law. One is on policing, which was subjected then to the work of the Independent Commission on Policing to make recommendations, and that is in the law. The second one will be the congressional affirmation of any amnesty proclamation, which will come towards the end of the process. It does say that there can be amnesty for MILF, and certainly that will need congressional concurrence. All of the other parts of the normalization is it is a political agreement, and we hope that this is completely within the powers and prerogatives of the executive. It does not need a new law. The Constitution is clear, there is only one armed forces, therefore the decommissioning of any other armed force is already within the law. The procedures, the principles are in the normalization annex. It is our position that we can already begin to execute this. In fact, the Joint Normalization Committee has already been formed. You will see within the year some major turnover of cruiser and high-powered weapons. That is already part of normalization. So, Your Honor, it is our position that the current legal mandates of the executive already allow this, and we just need to do it now. It is now policy that sets how it will be done. Certainly, as the work of the Joint Normalization Committee proceeds, we will be happy to brief Congress on how this will be going. And as I say, there will be some public demonstration that decommissioning is already happening even before the end of this year.
Thank you. Can you proceed to the next question, Congressman?
In relation to that, Mr. Chair, so can you give us a general idea on what will happen to the members of the Bangsamoro Islamic Armed Forces? So what will happen to them? Because there's no statement as to the integration, there's no statement as to the surrender of firearms.
30% upon plebiscite, etc. With the timetable being that substantially decommissioned by the time of the elections in 2016. As we know, the MILF has already decided to form a political party for participation in the 2016 elections, and they are well aware, and we are well aware, that no political party may have an armed force, so that is certainly part of that. If you will look at the normalization annex, Your Honor, there is a timetable that is set out. This is accompanied by socio-economic programs. There is no agreement on integration in the AFP or in the PNP. This is not one of the provisions that they put forward. Certainly, any MILF member or any member of PIAC that wants to apply for membership in the AFP and the PNP may do so, but will have to pass through all the proper procedures.
Thank you. We'll have to hear also Chairman Iqbal on the issue of the normalization.
I just want to say briefly about the statement of Congressman Alejandro about the issue of being very sentimental. I'll just relate a very short story. Last month, we had visitors coming from in one of the countries in Asia which are experiencing negotiations, and they want to learn from our experiences. One of the questions asked to us is that how did you face your former enemies in the negotiating table? That was the question. Because if we go through a brief background of how we engaged the government, in 1997, the first negotiator of government was Major General Fortunato Abad. He was the head of the Central Mindanao Command. That was the height of the fighting in Mindanao. The second negotiator of government was Major General he was Major General Orlando Soriano. And then the third one was Major General Edgardo Matenga. And the fourth one, which I faced in Kuala Lumpur, was Lieutenant General Rodolfo Garcia. So that was the background. The question, bakit na kaya ninyo? nakakausapin yung kalaban nyo. No? Na maraming patay na, maraming namatay sa inyo, maraming namatay sa kanila. So I explain yung ideological and political line ng MILF. Hindi namin kalaban ang gobyerno ng Pilipinas. Hindi namin kalaban yung nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno ng Pilipinas. Hindi rin namin kalaban yung mga sundalo. Ang kalaban namin, operation. Pag mawala yung operation, ayun lang ang kalaban namin. Kaya sabi ko, yung operation na yan, kahit na kami ang gagawa niyan, ay kalaban pa rin namin ang sarili namin. That explains the fact that even the generals who fought us in the battlefield with among our friends, especially Fortunato Amat. The worst fighting that happened during the time of Brigadier General or Major General Fortunato Amat. He even wrote a book, The Day We Nearly Lost Mindanao, that showcased how difficult was the fighting. So hindi ho namin kalaban yung mga sundalo. Kaya kami nandito, pag-usapan natin ang kapayapaan.
Thank you, Chairman Iqbal. We proceed with Congressman Aliano.
I appreciate the comments of Chairman Iqbal. Thank you, sir. Just a caution, or maybe in order to meaningfully execute the contents of the normalization process, based on experience, alam naman po natin doon sa experience natin with the MNLF, yung mga baril na turnover ay hindi naman talaga yung baril na ginagamit nila. No? Pero I understand na yung pag-surrender ng baril ay pangalawa lang yan sa settlement ng political settlement. My next question, Mr. Chair. Of course, after in the event that the Bangsamoro law will be passed, magkakaroon po tayo ng plebiscite. Election po ito, yes or no? So dalawa lang po pwedeng mangyari. Yes or no? So, ang tanong ko lang po, ano pong contingency natin if the present areas covered by ARM gets smaller? Instead of expanding the present areas covered by ARM, ilumiit po ito. So, any comment po from our resource persons?
Secretary De Les recognized.
Your Honor, before I answer that, just something more in terms of the decommissioning. It is for this reason that there is an independent decommissioning body, which will include experts from foreign experts, which follows the experience of other areas, post-conflict areas, where an independent body was set up so that they validate the names that are given, they validate the arms that are turned over. And just to say that the main, what we are really looking at are the crew-served and high-powered weapons, because these are the ones that are capable of making attacks. Short arms of MILF members, just like any other Filipino, they will have to go through the gun law. They will have to be registered under the gun law, otherwise they are loose arms and will be subject again under the law. Yes, there will be an independent decommissioning body that will make sure that we are not receiving weapons that are not serviceable. And just to say, Your Honor, that this is fully consistent, again, with the partnership that is arising out of a political settlement. With regard to the second question on the plebiscite, I think, Your Honor, we would rather look at how do we make sure that there is broad acceptance of the law in the proposed core territory, and in particular the territory that is now with the arm. I think, Your Honor, instead of thinking what will happen or what is the contingency in case the area gets smaller, I would rather focus on the question, how do we make sure that we are able to explain the law so well that people still see the advantage of joining the Bangsamoro. But in any case, Your Honor, a plebiscite is a plebiscite. We follow it; it will be respected. Consent of the governed is the prevailing principle here. If people do not want to be part of it, then they do not want to be part of it.
Thank you, Secretary. I asked that question because there should be leveling of expectations. No, kasi emotions are high, expectations are high on the prospects of this Bangsamoro. And if you feel that expectation, mataas po yung, malaki po yung implication yan sa security. No? Kaya tinatanong po natin yan, because if ever we have a plan, we should be ready for the contingencies. Kasi dalawa lang pwede mangyari, yes or no. Otherwise, wala na lang pong plebiscite. No, I'll go to the next related question, Mr. Chair. After the plebiscite, we will have election in 2016. I understand that political parties will be formed in order to join the 2016 elections. Again, contingencies. What if the political party of the MILF lost the majority in the election and maisip nila na hindi kami nanalo? Dito kami po yung primary na grupo na nagsulong nitong peace process, and yet hindi po kami makakahawak ng leadership and the majority positions in the Bangsamoro. So have we considered that possibility? Because again, election po ito. Tinatanong po natin yung govern. And baka sila po ang pumipili, Mr. Chair.
Who would answer that? Chairman Iqbal will answer that.
Siguro, before I answer that directly, let me relate the process na pinaanan natin. Unang-unang gera. Gera tayo. Pagkatapos ng gera, nagkaroon ng ceasefire. Tapos ng ceasefire, nagkaroon ng negotiation for 17 years. Pagkatapos ng negotiation, towards the end of the negotiation, nagkarmahan natin ang comprehensive agreement ng Bangsamoro. At nagawa na po ang Bangsamoro Basic Law. Paggawa ng Bangsamoro Basic Law, masyado pong matindi yung discussion natin. Dumaan sa sila ng Presidente. After that, we agreed version of the BBL as it is now transmitted to Congress. Then after that, dinideliberate po ng Congress. Hopefully, as I said earlier, I trust the wisdom of both houses of Congress to pass a good legislation. And then after that, magkaroon po ng plebiscito. Pagkatapos ng plebiscito, aprobahan halimbawa, then magkaroon po ng Bangsamoro Transition Authority, hopefully for 1 year, until 2016. So noong 2016 po, magkaroon po ng regular election. At kung sino ang gusto magpatay ng political party, pwede magpatay ng political party, and then after that, magkaroon ng election, mahahawak ng gobyerno kung sino ang majority, yung mananalo ng majority seats na sa Bangsamoro Parliament. So ang tanungan po, the question is, suppose the MILF political party does not win. This has been one of the most asked questions in our public engagement. Ang sagot po namin, pag doon sa 2016, matatalo po yung political party ng MILF, ang sagot po namin, hindi talo. Kaya kung gagawin, talo eh. Di ba? Talo. It's talo. Very fitted. Yeah.
Thank you for that very emphatic answer. Talo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One last
We
question.
have one last question, and then we will next have Congressman Charon.
I just would like to ask especially the OPAC, if they have a strategic communication plan in relaying the process to the stakeholders, even down to barangay, to the families, because I think there's a disconnect between the contents of the agreement and then the Bangsamoro law and what is being disseminated on the ground. Iba po yung alam na iba yung interpretations nila. Maybe I just would like to ask kung meron po kayong maliwanag na strategy on how to communicate this to the ground. Because as I go around doing also consultations, hindi nila alam kung ano po ang contents, ang proseso ng agreement na ito, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have a strategic plan. We have materials out there. We are working with the different departments, including the Armed Forces of the Philippines, which we know is one of the government agencies that has a presence on the ground, but also we will need to say that the executive cannot do it alone. And we do hope that Congress will also set up its own communications plan. We ask civil society, as they have already said, they have come on board. We are even asking business groups, religious leaders. The CAAT, for example, is holding its national meeting in Davao, and they have vowed to help in the information dissemination. Certainly, Your Honor, it will be very difficult to be able to reach every citizen to have direct contact to this communications plan. But we will keep on trying, and we ask again that all the agencies and Congress especially help us in this matter.
Mr. Chair, if there is any document relating to the communication plan or strategic communication plan, I would like to ask a copy of it.
Yes, can you kindly submit a copy of the OPA plan while Congress will likewise assist in having this connect with to the areas that are affected and also outside areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman. We now go to Congressman Acharon of General Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My courtesy and respect to this panel, Honorable Delis, Chairman Iqbal, members of the BTCs, our guests. Honorable Iqbal said that this law is very important in order to remove the fear of every people in Mindanao. A lot of things, Mr. Chairman, have been said about peace in Mindanao. I am from Mindanao, I was born in Mindanao, and that is also our aspirations, not only in Mindanao, but the whole of the Philippines, that we will have peace. All right, we have peace in Mindanao. And according to Honorable Iqbal, working Prime Minister stating a while ago that this is our hope of prosperity and development, and there will be no state within the state. And so that's the reason why, Mr. Chairman, that we need to clarify some issues regarding this law, so that when this will be passed, we will be able to face our people who will ask us for sure about what happened to this Bangsamoro law. Now, one question I'd like to direct my question, Mr. Chairman, about Article 2, Section 3 about Bangsamoro symbol, which says that the Bangsamoro will have its own flag. Well, the Honorable Iqbal have said that the Philippine flag will still be hosted in all of the government agencies and the schools. But what about this flag of the Bangsamoro? What will happen to the flag of the Bangsamoro?
I understand, Your Honor, that LGUs also have flags. The arm already has a flag. It is not contradictory of anything. The national flag flies higher, and it is always there. The Bangsamoro flag will only be in Bangsamoro areas. LGU flags will have, in addition, their own LGU flag. Your Honor, this was not seen to be a problem because, in fact, all entities, even government agencies, do have their own flag.
So like this sort of banner, but
Yes, Your Honor.
Another one, Mr. Chairman, is about Chairman of the local government. I'd like to ask about Article 7, Section 8 about redistricting. I understand that parliamentary districts is equivalent to legislative districts. So it states here that the Section 8 restricting states that the Parliament shall have the power to reconstitute by law the parliamentary districts, a portion among the provinces, cities, municipalities, and geographic areas of the Bangsamoro to ensure equitable representations in the Parliament. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask, if this restricting will no longer will still pass Congress, it will still be heard by the committees and approved by Congress, and what happened to the existing districts approved by Congress?
Yes, can you answer that, Secretary Delis?
Yes, Your Honor. They may do that redistricting, but they will need to get a national law passed, and that is the reason why there is this interparliamentary. If I may,
Attorney Bangsamoro, recognized.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honors.
Yes.
The concept of the redistricting mentioned here in Section 8 of this basic law is different from the legislative districts mentioned in the Constitution. This only pertains to the districts for the purposes of the Bangsamoro Parliament. So the same way that not necessarily the armed regional legislative districts equate to the legislative district in the National Congress, it may also be done in the Bangsamoro.
All right. So I'm happy that is now clear, Mr. Chairman. Another one is about Article 8, Section 8, about natural resources and natural reserves and protected areas. Section 8, Article 8, which state that the government, the Bangsamoro government shall also have the power to declare natural reserves and parks, forest, watershed reservations, amending for this purpose the following laws, among others. So there are 5 laws that are mentioned here, Mr. Chairman. I want me to understand that the Bangsamoro territory or political entity will now be exempted from these existing laws upon the approval of this Bangsamoro law.
If I may, Your Honor, this particular provision in the BBL will effectively amend the application of the enumerated national laws, considering that this basic law will also become the national law, effectively amending those laws when it comes to application in the Bangsamoro.
Yes, therefore, so they are no longer covered by these laws, the national laws.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why the importance of the role of the Intergovernmental Relations Mechanism and the Bangsamoro Parliament National Congress Forum for harmonization of policies between the central government and the Bangsamoro government on the one hand, and the National Congress and the Bangsamoro Parliament on the other.
So what happened to the development or the projects that have been initiated by local government units which are created or undertaken under these laws? Are they going to be redeveloped or?
Your Honor, the Bangsamoro basic law also provides for the non-diminution of the privileges, and that includes the projects that are already being implemented by the local government. It will be impractical to immediately stop the implementation of those projects that are already ongoing because of the passage of this basic law. It will be detrimental to the Bangsamoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the moment, I have one last question about inland waters. Especially Section 13, Article 13, Section 22, which is about inland waters. States here that the Bangsamoro government shall have exclusive powers over inland waters, including but not limited to lakes, marshes, rivers, and tributaries. I'd like to ask Mr. Chairman, what will happen to the waters that is coming from Lanao del Sur, Lake Lanao, is being used by the hydro plant in HOR in Iligan. So if the Bangsamoro will have the authority to manage, what will happen to the water flowing to the different hydro plants? What if, since the Bangsamoro entity will be authorized to establish their own, for example, power plants or hydro plants, and they will construct their own hydro plants. They will be using this water. So what waters are we going to use to run the hydro plants in Iligan? You know, the powers in Iligan is reaching General Santos City, that far.
We'd like to recognize former Secretary of Agriculture, member of the government panel, the Honorable Sinin Pakani.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I think we're all aware that the hydropower in Mindanao, basically the main source is Lake Lanao. I think it's very clear in the draft Bangsamoro Basic Law that whenever there are some issues related to the power generation, transmission and distribution connected to the grid, that there will have to be some cooperation and coordination between the central government and the Bangsamoro. At the same time, considering the resources in the Bangsamoro, there are also provisions in the draft Bangsamoro Basic Law for the representation of the Bangsamoro in the respective boards of whatever power companies of the government exist in this area. So basically, in terms of power, when we talk of power connected to the national grid, there has to be some cooperation and coordination between the central government and the Bangsamoro government. It's in the exclusive power. I think it's basically referring to the power issues in the islands. Whenever the power issue is exclusive within the Bangsamoro territory, then it's basically a function of the Bangsamoro government.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's the reason why I'd like to clarify, because the word coordination or cooperation, what if the national government in the Bangsamoro government will not be able to...
That's mandated, the coordination and the cooperation are mandated, Your Honor, and there are reserved powers of security. The powers of security are reserved to government. It becomes a national security issue. The Bangsamoro is under the general supervision of the President. Any disagreement in the Inter-Bangsamoro, intergovernmental Bangsamoro body goes to the President, Your Honor. The President decides. So in short, when in matters that are in connection with the national grid, it cannot be an exclusive power. And if there is any disagreement, the overriding power of the President prevails.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to request that this be clarified in the law, because of course there are controversial issues. It might reach the Supreme Court, right? The Supreme Court is the ultimate arbiter. But during the time that there will be no the national government or any government or government in the Bangsamoro government will not be able to meet at a certain point, then we have to wait for the resolution of this problem in the court at the expense of our people in Mindanao. Meaning, if there will be questions about the legality of the use of the natural resources, then we need to be brought up to the Supreme Court. While waiting for the answer, what will happen to the people there using the resources? That's what I'm trying to drive at, Mr. Chairman. The meantime, this is just my question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, the committee will be happy to receive proposals to further fine-tune and improve the job. That is purposely why we have these meetings and these hearings. So we will be receiving any suggestions on how to be able to, if you feel provisions are not clear, then we can clarify them, as long as we're able to get the consensus of our members and their source person.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Acharon. The next in the list.
Chairman.
Thank you. The next is Congressman VQ of Zamboanga do Sur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. Since we have very limited time to question Mr. Chair, so I will focus on one issue only. This is related to the question of Congressman Belmonte a while ago regarding the plebiscite for joining the Bangsamoro. It stated here, any local government unit or geographic area outside the territorial jurisdiction of Bangsamoro. This geographic area, may we know from our resource person what is this mean, geographic area?
The petition may come from the lowest geographical area, such as a barangay.
I presume, Mr. Chair, barangays are local government. It was already stated here, any local government. So, what is this, or stated here, or geographic area? So outside the barangay, because it is already presumed that local government is barangay. So what is other geographic area mean?
Can you, the microphone?
Sorry, that was inadvertently turned off. There was no intention of. As far as operationalizing this is concerned, Your Honor, that it can only mean barangay because we do not have any smaller unit.
Mr. Chair, I ask this because this is very vague statement here, because local government is already, barangay is already a local government. So why put another geographic area? So can we just erase this if ever we
Can we have that? Chairman Iqbal, the proposal is to, if you agree, the deletion of geographical area. After all, the LGUs that we can refer to, the lowest form is barangay.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes,
I think at this point it would be premature and not in accordance with our laws to ask the proponents whether or not they would agree to the amendments. Let's wait for the period of amendments during the plenary debate.
yes, just a comment from them on of these statements.
The reason why this is the phrase that is used is because this is the one that's used in the Constitution, Your Honor. When it talks about autonomous regions, it mentions provinces, cities, and geographical areas. So it was just taken from there, Your Honor.
I ask this, Mr. Chair, because it's stated in the Constitution that provinces and cities and other geographical area. So that's why during the last plebiscite, those barangays and municipalities that voted for the inclusion were not included in the ARM. So right now we are including them. So, and we put local government unit, and I heard that our resource person mentioned a while ago that after the plebiscite in 2016, after the basic law, any time that any local government that would like to join and any having 10% would like to signify, we would like to not to include the barangay level. It should be provincial level or city level. Is that correct? As I heard a while ago.
Can we have clarification?
I think the clarification which was made earlier referred to the future, to differentiate it from the plebiscite which will happen after the passage of the Bangsamoro Basic Law. What was mentioned earlier by Chair Ferrer was in the future, when there is a desire of a local government unit to have a plebiscite conducted in their respective area, then the affected local government unit has to also decide. For example, if a barangay wishes to petition for a plebiscite for inclusion in the Bangsamoro, the affected municipality and or province will have to be consulted before the plebiscite can happen. Again, that's in the future. In the present arrangement, as far as the passage of the Bangsamoro Basic Law, it is very specific in the different provisions that the counting of the votes will depend on whether it's in the existing area. It will have to be by province and city. In the municipalities in Lanao del Norte, it will be by municipality. In the 39 barangays in North Cotabato, it will be by barangay. And in the cities of Cotabato and Isabela, it will have to be the whole city. And the other ones by petition or LGU resolution would depend on the specific local government unit for its consideration.
Mr. Chairman, could I...
Yes, Congressman Basaya.
Mr. Chair, I'm not yet done.
Just get to the conformity of Congressman Yu.
With your indulgence,
Thank you very much.
Well, we have section 4.
plebiscite for joining the Bangsamoro, appearing on page 89 of the proposed law. I agree with Honorable Bacani that this provision will be applicable in the future. Is that a correct assumption? Plebiscite for joining the Bangsamoro. Okay, in the future. Now, my first inquiry is, what do we mean by any local government unit or geographic area? Simply put, does it include a barangay?
Yes, Your Honor, it will include the barangay.
So in the future, if a particular barangay of a municipality, that barangay wants to join or to be included in the Bangsamoro, the first procedure is for them to file a petition at least 10% of the voters.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after that, what will happen?
There will have to be, because there will be an affected local government unit. For example, if it's the barangay, definitely there is a municipality or city to which the barangay is attached. Therefore, based on the existing law, based on the existing local government code, that affected local government unit has to be consulted also.
In what manner must the consultation be made? Through a plebiscite, majority vote, resolution by the city or the municipality, or conformity of the mayor or the governor? Because consultation would be a very general, and some to say it would be a big phrase.
It would be by plebiscite, Your Honor, because just like...
So in other words, if a barangay wants to be included in the Bangsamoro, the entire municipality shall vote in the voters in the entire municipality shall vote.
Yes, Your Honor. Just as an example, Novaliches wanted to be separate from Quezon City. Quezon City had to vote.
And actually, that was my comment a while ago on the sidelines. In case of Cabanatuan City, the Supreme Court decided that the entire voters of Nueva Ecija should vote whether or not Cabanatuan should be considered highly urbanized. Then we have also the case of Novaliches. It wants to secede to create its own political identity from Quezon City. Then all the voters in Quezon City have to vote in the plebiscite. And by parity of reasoning, would you not consider, in the event that there will be an autonomous region for Bangsamoro, all the voters in the entire Philippines should participate in the plebiscite? After all, it is stated that there will be public consultations in Visayas and Luzon. If there will be consultations in Luzon and Visayas, what would be the purpose of these consultations if people residing in Visayas and Luzon would not be required to cast their vote in the plebiscite? I think you have to study this carefully. Otherwise, there might be an issue to be raised before the Supreme Court.
Your Honor,
Your Honor, there are specific provisions in the Constitution.
No, I don't want to argue with you.
Okay.
Because the Supreme Court would have been saying, kayo naman Kongreso, hindi naman kayo ang mag-decide ng constitutionality nitong batas na inyong ginagawa. But I have that apprehension that it will be an uphill climb to the Supreme Court insofar as this issue of plebiscite is concerned. It's up to you. At least we gave the warning.
I'd like to hear, before we go back to Councilman Yu, Chairman Iqbal's response to Congressman Rosado.
Thank you very much. I do not want to comment directly to the observation of the Honorable Congressman. Neither do I respond directly to the comment of former Secretary Senator Bacani. I do not want to comment on both comments. However, I'm not a lawyer, but if you look back history, during the plebiscite in 2001, that's the problem with the conduct of the plebiscite, the double majority. The municipalities voted yes, but it was vetoed by the province, like the case of the 6 municipalities of Lanapil. So, the Lanapil County, they voted yes. But it was counted in the level of the province. So double majority, majority in the municipality and another majority in the province. So that is a question of double majority, and I think as a non-lawyer, that is one of the flaws in the conduct of the plebiscite in 2001. Anyway, I would like to seek an independent view from a lawyer, a member of the independent panel of lawyers, Attorney Bong Montesa.
Yes, can we hear from Attorney Bong Montesa?
I think, Mr. Chair, the panel has actually considered that question on what is the universe for voting to be part of the Bangsamoro. And the view is that, while generally, for example, if it affects the municipality, it should include the province, as you stated. In the case of the Bangsamoro, which is part of the autonomous provision of the Constitution, it says there that those voting favorably in the provinces, cities, and geographical areas, it will form part of the new entity. So the view is that the creation of the Bangsamoro does not require the vote of the whole province. It only requires the affirmative vote of province, cities, and geographical areas that will form part of the created Bangsamoro.
Just a follow-up. What would be the reason for the difference in the rule? If it is for present, only the areas or the geographical units affected, but in the future, when it comes to barangays, the entire consent of all the voters in the town, in the plebiscite, must be given. Did you get the point?
Yes.
So, bakit mag-iba ang rule? Sa present at saka sa future.
Because there is a core territory that is proposed, Your Honor, and that is why that looks at the track record also of voting. So a different rule applies in the matter of joining the Bangsamoro. It is not part of the core territory. It is part of the expanded territory. So that is the reason for another set.
Well, I respect your opinion. Ang concern ko lamang, katulad ni Rufus, sasabihin ng ating brothers Muslim, bakit daw na niya siya nauna? Concern lamang ng barangay, samantalang itong barangay namin, na purely Muslim, situated in a predominantly Catholic or non-Muslim town, kinakailangan mo boto lahat. I don't really know how to answer that, but it's your own lookout because I am not the Supreme Court.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, may I ask the parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair? Yes, inquiry from Congressman Charon and inquiry from Congressman Lopica.
This is just a clarification. I'd like to seek a clarification, Mr. Chair, on that. I believe we are now tackling the House bill itself, right? So we are in a period discussion. That means we can introduce amendments if this will be accepted by the author, especially the peace panel at this part. I'd like to put my clarification because my good friend Robert Barsaga said a while ago that we cannot introduce amendment here. If there's amendment that will be introduced probably by Honorable Liu, I think it is in order to accept amendment as long as it is accepted by the chairman, the authors, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, it is in our rules that we can introduce amendment during committee meetings.
That's correct. We can, however, for purposes of being able to first have briefings like this continue, instead of being backed down by amendments, we will put the period of amendments after we have heard. So we have a holistic consideration of the bill, and that will be the time. So we urge, well, it's true that there is nothing that can prevent us in the hearing to have amendments, because we're considering this. We would like that at this time, let us hear first and be able to have the amendments later on after we have heard almost all the resource persons which we are going to hear.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. I understand that there could be amendments in the committee level, but that amendment should be made only after there has been a voting on the bill. During the time of discussion, we cannot amend anything in as much as we have not agreed upon, nor put to a vote any of the provision of the deal. Hindi ba? Pagtapos na ang ating discussion ng bill at may gusto tayong idagdag sa committee level. And thereafter, we prepare the committee report, but at this stage, mag-amend tayo, mukhang hindi naman tama sa ating procedure.
I think we have to entertain amendments before we finally vote for this approval.
We are just discussing the bill.
towards the last part already.
Yes.
So we have no conflict here. But there's no conflict. We're going to have discussions, but then towards the later part, after hearing most of the resource persons, then we even will go line by line to be able. Yes, we will go to the play without amendments during the time. Okay? Yes. Secretary Curie, first. Congressman Obrigado, next. Congressman Hernandez.
Yeah, just like Congressman Barsaga was asked, so I was given the opportunity to ask questions on the question of Congressman Yu. Really, why will there be two rules on a plebiscite? If you mean to say that because this is the first plebiscite, the plebiscite will disregard all the other provisions of the Constitution. In the Constitution itself, it says that no barangay, municipality, province, or city can be divided, created, or its boundaries altered without a plebiscite of the political units affected. So, by placing or not making clear, we are giving false hope. Because what if the 39 barangays, or one or two of the 39 barangays will vote yes? Can they join the Bangsamoro? What if one or two municipalities of Lanao Norte vote yes? Can they join the Bangsamoro? They cannot. Because the Constitution so states that the mother unit has to be consulted. That is very clear in our Constitution. I'm not interpreting the Constitution. It is what the Constitution says. And the reason why the Constitution so says that, if you look at the constitutional proceedings, this very question was asked in the period of interpolation and the period of amendments in the Constitution itself. Because originally, municipalities were included. But then one commissioner stated, what if the entire province votes yes, but one municipality votes no? The answer was, it will be anomalous. So therefore, even the municipality, if you look at the composition of how to join the autonomous region, was taken out. Because even the case of Lanao Norte was discussed. If you review and study the constitutional proceedings of the Commission, the case of Lanao Norte was also already discussed. And says, the question was, what if some municipalities in Lanao Norte vote yes? The answer is found in the proceedings of the Constitutional Convention, that even if some municipalities vote yes or vote no at that time, because the question was reversed, they have to abide by the rule of the entire province. So therefore, it is very clear, if we go back now to the Constitution and the constitutional proceedings, that this very question that we are tackling now has been already discussed. Because if we want to see what is behind, what is the spirit and intent of the Constitution, it is already so stated in the constitutional proceedings. So I would move, Mr. Chairman, that the committee in aid of legislation be furnished with all of these excerpts of the constitutional proceedings so we can be guided. Because many of these questions that we are asking now have already been asked by the members of the Constitutional Assembly Convention, and they were more or less adequately answered. They already foresaw the problem.
Yeah, we will direct the committee secretary to secure the transcript and the journal of the Constitutional Commission, especially on local governments. Okay. So we have the answer to by member of GRP panel, Honorable Nakani.
Yeah, just for the open deliberation and evaluation of this committee, I would just like to read part of Section 18, Article 10 of the Constitution. It basically says, the creation, repeat, the creation of the autonomous region shall be effective when approved by majority of the votes cast by the constituent units in a plebiscite called for the purpose, provided that only provinces, cities, and geographic areas voting favorably in such plebiscite shall be included in the autonomous region. That's basically the basis we have. We're basically citing, making the distinction between the creation and expansion. So that's just for consideration of this honorable committee.
Okay, thank you. Can we continue to have forgotten Congressman Yu?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for remembering me again. Anyway, I'd like to thank our colleagues to question that issue also. I will continue, Mr. Chair, with the same issue, the contiguous territory, which say the areas which are contiguous and outside the core territory may opt at any time to be part of the territory upon petition of at least 10% of the registered voters. The statement here, at any time, Mr. Chair, is, I think we should put fixed time, because I presume every local government and even national government have some kind of planning program for its local government. And if any time there is a consideration to be part of the Bangsamoro institution, it's some kind of unstable statement, Mr. Chair. So, may I ask the comment of our resource person?
Your Honor, the reference to any time is the time when an LGU may pass a resolution or a resolution of 10% of the people. It doesn't mean that the plebiscite is immediately done. Since the plebiscite will be conducted by COMELEC, we understand that COMELEC will be setting rules for this. It has to be, of course, practicable and operational. But what we are saying is that any LGU or the local peoples may at any time pass a resolution that they would like to be included, they would like to be submitted to a plebiscite at the time when the COMELEC is able to do it.
Congressman Yu?
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Chair, because I think it's not very clear here in the section 3 of the contiguous territory. But anyway, we can change some words to be more clear regarding the issue. Another issue, Mr. Chair, is that to be fair also for maybe the territory core or the area included in the Bangsamoro institution, maybe put also provision here that any area, any local government unit which would like to be excluded anytime with 10% petition. To be fair, Mr. Chair, because if they don't want to, if they are not satisfied with the governance, then they have the chance also to get out from the Bangsamoro institution. So this is to be fair to other local government unit.
Comment from Secretary Deles?
We will be allowed not to comment on that at this time, Your Honor. Consent of the governed is the prevailing principle. But I think if that were to happen, that would have more details and we prefer not to comment at this time.
But anyway, since there is no comment on that, Mr. Chair, but I would like to request that if ever the body could include that in the basic law, then we should include that provision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
That's all for now, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Congressman Yu. We'd like to call on Congressman Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everybody might have noted, Mr. Chairman, about the reference of Congressman Lubricat to the proceedings had during the deliberation in the Constitutional Commission in drafting the Constitution. My point is that like reference to the minutes of the proceedings during the deliberation in the Constitutional Commission, deliberation in the committee level, tackling the Bangsamoro, basic Bangsamoro law, could also be made as a reference in the interpretation or even in reviewing the proposed Bangsamoro law, Mr. Chairman. Okay. With the conformity of the Chairman and perhaps with the nod of approval of everybody whose eyes are looking at me sharply, I want to say, Mr. Chairman, I could have already left the committee report because I'm supposed to be in the budget hearing because of a special concern. No, not parochial, national. But I cannot leave the committee hearing on basic Bangsamoro law until after that my mind could rest with comfort after I leave the committee hearing. I am going back, Mr. Chairman, to my previous question. I assume that when the GRP panel and the MILF panel presented the proposed Bangsamoro law, there is already meeting of the minds. Meaning, whatever answer is given by both panel in this committee hearing has already been exhaustively discussed and adopted by the government and the MILF panel. My question now, Mr. Chairman, is that I'm going back to the position taken by Chairman Mal when asked about whether the MILF panel adopts or confirms the answers of Secretary Veles to the constitutional, to the questions of Congressman Barsaga, which is within constitutional dimension. Chairman Iqbal said, I cannot comment. With that answer, how can we make as a reference authority the position of Chairman Iqbal in deliberating on the basic provision of this proposed Bangsamoro law? Now, I will again ask Chairman Iqbal, does the MILF panel confirm or adopt the answers given by Secretary Veles to the questions propounded by Congressman Barsaga and answers of Secretary Veles to subsequent questions propounded by the members of this committee?
Chairman Iqbal.
More than 4 hours already. The question is still very hard. Still very hard. But I have to relate a little background. When we discussed and negotiated with the Philippine government, the official statement of government is that they would sign an agreement that is not violative of the Philippine Constitution. And they would be able to implement that agreement and translate it into a legal document because it is constitutional. On the basis of that, with the indulgence of the good congressman, I still maintain my position that I had no comment.
With the answer,
Since Mr. Chairman Iqbal would not comment, am I correct to say, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Deres, Chairman Iqbal, that you are shying away from commenting on my question is an indication that there is no meeting of minds between the government panel and the MIN panel on the matter that I asked in this committee?
Secretary Dennis.
It is very clear, Your Honor, that this draft that was submitted to Congress is a joint submission. Every line there was agreed upon by the two parties. And we uphold that the draft law contains all of the very explicit statements with regard to the Constitution, the national territory, and the general supervision of the law, general supervision of the President. So, Your Honor, we maintain this was signed by the Transition Commission as well in its submission to the President after all of the discussions were done. Chairman Iqbal was there during the submission, and there is no backing out from that. Every line here, the two parties stand by, and that is why for the first time you saw a presentation between the two parties where there was only one presentation, because we are on the same platform on this one.
I am surprised to hear the statement of Secretary Dales that when Chairman Iqbal was there, the signing of that is a demonstration that everything is okay. Therefore, why is it that still Chairman Iqbal could not even confirm or adopt the position taken by Secretary Dales in this committee hearing? What's wrong?
Chairman Iqbal.
Yeah, I have to give some details as to the process. 17 years of negotiation. Finally, we signed the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro on March 27, 2014. After that, the Bangsamoro Transition Commission started to work on the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law. On April 14, we were able to submit one chapter of the Bangsamoro Basic Law to the Office of the President just to meet the deadline. On April 22, we were able to transmit to the Office of the President the entire text of the Bangsamoro Basic Law, minus 4 documents. One document is about the formula for the block grant, because we created a special study group to study that. The other one was a document regarding the special development plan, because we created another body to study that. Then we also created another special study group that would study the bureaucracy of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. And then after that, we created another group that would study the coordinates of the Bangsamoro waters. So on April 22, we were able to submit, minus those 4 documents, the text of the Bangsamoro Basic Law. And then after 61 days, the Bangsamoro Transition Commission received an official transmission from the Office of the President regarding the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law with comments. And then when it was transmitted to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority to deliberate on the comments coming from the Office of the President, because you have to understand that the framework agreement to the Bangsamoro, as well as Executive Order number 120, did not state that if the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law would be submitted to the Office of the President, it did not state. It's a gray area whether or not the Office of the President will make revisions. It neither did not say that the Office of the President would not make revisions. But what happened was there was revision. So when it was transmitted on the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, we had a formal session on July 3, wherein the Bangsamoro Transition Commission unanimously adopted a resolution forwarding the Bangsamoro Transition, Bangsamoro Basic Law, which was revised by the Office of the President to the two peace panels. After that, we had a meeting in Kuala Lumpur in July, 4 days, another 4 days in Manila, another 2 days in Manila, another 10 days in Davao City, until finally, with deference to the wishes of my good counterpart from government, that it should be better dealt with by the Bangsamoro Transition Commission and the panel of Permanent with the Office of the President. So we started to engage with the Office of the President. And we had, as of August 24, there were still 53 issues that were not solved, that were not settled by the parties. But we made the Office of the President, the person of the Executive Secretary and the Chief Legal Counsel of the President on August 25, and we met for 7 hours, and then it was succeeded on August 26 for another 7 hours, and then we practically settled everything about that. So after that, we submitted it to for finalization until finally on September 7. We affixed our signatures, all the members of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission affixed their signatures on the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law, and officially it was submitted to the Office of the President no less than on September 10. So there was a ceremony in Malacanang when it was transmitted to both houses of Congress by no less than the President of the Republic of the Philippines. In short, what I am saying here is that this proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law is going to be mainly pushed by the Office of the President. As to the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, they are just as junior partner. We are a small office, but it's the Office of the President that will really make way for the transmission of this Bangsamoro Basic Law to Congress. It's a pet project of the President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. I would like to convey to Chairman Bal and company, as well as to Secretary Veles and company, that this representation has dreamed of peace in Mindanao. I may not be a Mindanaoan. That makes my concern less profuse than that of someone coming from Mindanao. But my feeling of concern is that I am a Filipino. And I am proud of being a Filipino. And I would want peace in my country. And that's why I espouse the idea that consultation should not be limited in Mindanao, but it should include Visayas and Luzon, so as to involve the entire country, considering that it has a national effect. That's why I am asking, Mr. Chairman, about the confirmation or adoption of the MIL panel, all of the answers of Secretary Veles, because we want to reward the effort of the government panel as well as the MIL panel, that we could expeditiously finish our assignment or our mandate to prepare, draft, review, and finalize this proposed Bangsamoro law. That's why I want to hear his conformity to the answers of Secretary Veles, because I am sure that his adoption or confirmation of the answers of Secretary Veles to questions propounded will definitely guide us in trying to determine the propriety of each and every provision of the proposed law, Mr. Chairman. In any event, may I know from the chair whether in the next meeting the resource persons will still be invited to be the same resource persons, Mr. Chairman.
We will be proceeding during the recess with other agencies, but certainly we will recall them at some later time.
With that answer, Mr. Chair, I am not going to protract or procrastinate further, but I reserve to continue my interpellation on the same issue and such other issue that this representation may find proper and warranted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Like to comment?
Yes, Your Honor. Just to close this for us, I hope that the opening statement of Chair Iqbal is on record, and I think it states pretty much the support of the partnership of the MILF in this endeavor of getting the Bangsamoro Basic Law passed. In what he has tried to clarify, that is an understanding between the Office of the President and the MILF, that this being a constitutional government process, that the Office of the President takes the lead in pushing and in defending the law. And that is maybe already the start also of the general supervision of the President over this body. So the reluctance to make any comments on statements I will make should be taken in that spirit. The Office of the President takes the lead here. This is priority legislation of the President. Therefore, the Office of the President takes primary responsibility, takes primary role in presenting it, in defending it. But we are always in partnership with the MILF, and that commitment to be present, both the government and the MILF, with the BTC, to be present every time that we are called, that stands, Your Honor. I hope that puts
Thank you very much. We now go to Congresswoman Di Maporo of Lanao del Norte.
Inquiry. We were authorized to meet at the 2 o'clock. We were authorized to meet at the 2 o'clock.
Yes, we have been able to get permission.
Actually, this issue was raised because we are having very, very important budget deliberations on the floor right now. And so the chairman said that we are only given permission up to 2 o'clock and we will not extend. It is already 2:20, and definitely we want to have more hearings, but unfortunately also we are bound by the rules of the House, and also it is very important that we be at the budget hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we have secured from the majority leader the approval to continue for 1 hour up to 3 o'clock. So we will wind up with finish 5 more interpellators, so we can start now with Congressman Di Maporo.
Thank you, Chairman. I am not going to interpolate. I have just personal concern of the 6 municipalities, namely Baluit, Pantal, Taguluan, Monay, Nunungan, etc. Alam po ninyo, Lanao del Norte, majority are Christians. And these 6 municipalities, we started doing consultations. Kami naman po sa Lanao del Norte, we don't force our people, we listen to them. And as we are doing the consultations of the Bangsamoro Basic Law, meron pong hindi magandang nangyayari. Instead of concentrating these 6 municipalities, we have to do the entire province of making them understand the Bangsamoro Basic Law. As you all aware of, Lanao del Norte, specifically Kauswagan, Maigo, and Kulambugan was attacked by MILF. Innocent civilians were killed. Children, women, matanda. And you cannot just take that out from the minds of the people, especially to the families. And with our consultations ongoing in the 6 municipalities, there are, I don't know, some MILF are already claiming a province of Bangsamoro in Lanao del Norte, which is not even part of the 6 municipalities. In a barangay of Kauswagan, meron pong nakahando na welcome to the province of Bangsamoro, Lanao del Norte. As you all know, the all-out war was declared in Lanao del Norte in 2000. Marami pong namatay na mga civilians. I am referring not only to the Christians, but the innocent Muslims. Kaya, what is happening now in Lanao del Norte, the governor and myself, not only to explain it, to get the voice of the 6 municipalities, but as I said, we have to go the entire municipality, the entire province po. Commander Bravo is, I understand, is no longer with the MILF. But as you all know, it's always him who's been attacking our municipalities with Commander Mercury and Minsupala. How can we continue our consultations with, in fact, the people of Lanao del Norte, the Muslims or Christians, are united? You can see this in all our activities. Wala pong separation. When in fact, when we had our newly elected, the newly created district, it's not only the proposal of the previous congressman that we will divide the Muslims from the Christians. But we have 4 Muslim municipalities in the newly created district. Because we are one. We don't see the Muslims in Lanao del Norte as Muslims. Lahat kami taga Lanao del Norte. Yes, we have also problems. But mostly of the problem in Lanao del Norte are the family feud. Dahil sa politika, nag-aaway yung magpinsan, nagpapatayin yung magkapatid, just because of power. And that is why we want our 6 municipalities to understand the power sharing. Dahil there is a misinformation. So how can ang aking pong personal na concern, dahil we only have 6 municipalities and yet we have to explain it to the whole province, how can the MILF help us? That these, as you call, loose commands will lay down their firearms. And in these municipalities also, how can you assure us na itong 6 na munisipyo will be cleansed? Isang ballpen lang po itong bumuboto eh. And in one municipality, specifically Munay, this father, who is not the mayor now, is doing all the transactions, signing all the checks. And only 1 ink. How can you assure us na itong plebiscite na mangyayari, talagang lalabas yung totoo? Because in Munay, I understand that they will support the Bangsamoro basic law. We just need assurance dahil, as I said, 65% of Lanao del Norte are Christians and medyo natatakot na po sila because of the experience that we have been through. And I hope that Chairman Iqbal will help us with this. I understand that one of the member of the transition committee was even there in that event that they had proclaimed Bilabayan as the province of Lanao del Norte under Bangsamoro. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Can we get, thank you, Congresswoman Dimaporo, can we get the comment of Chairman Iqbal?
I do not want to comment directly on the issues of the 6 municipalities, as well as to the questions of Commander Supreme Alec, if the reports were true. But I just want to make, to put on the record that Commander Bravo is still with the MILF. But I think I would request here, Madam, Your Honor, that we will pay you a visit, some of business.
Madam, Mr. Chairman, you know, when I was, how will I take this? When I was governor po, I was governor in 2000, and Volkswagen was attacked and Maigo, and I filed a case against Commander Bravo. I don't know, I'm sure the case is still there.
There is an offer precisely by Chairman Iqbal for the chairman and also for Commander Bravo to pay for the second due. So that will be considered by the Honorable Congresswoman. Thank you very much for that offer. Yes, Secretary Dennis.
With regard to plebiscite, it is provided for in the draft law, and certainly this will be implemented, that there will be independent observers. That includes both foreign. In fact, the European Union was already invited to be a foreign observer here, and certainly local and national observers as well. We are as committed as everyone and as interested as anyone that the plebiscite that will be held will show the real sentiments of the people.
Thank you. We now go to Congressman Arnold Go of Sultan Kudarat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Secretary Teres and Chairman Nibat and the rest of the commissioners, and to everybody, my fellow public servant. Madam Secretary, the House Bill 4994, we are about to abolish the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, and some of the organic act, especially the Republic Act number 1954 and the other laws like Republic Act 6734. I understand we grappled with this law before, which was hosted, or there was a third facilitator, which is the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Country. And my question now is, wala kaya tayong problema kung magkakaroon ng problema o questions from their part, because yung ating ikatatag ngayon, ang third party dito is ang Malaysian, right? But the previous laws ay dahil po sa effort ng OIC o the Organization of Islamic Country. Hindi kaya tayo ma-question later on about this. This is my question.
Yes, Your Honor, in fact, the OIC was invited as an observer to the negotiations, and they had requested, and they were officially recognized as an observer. We also note that in the last conference of foreign ministers that was held, that they put out a resolution urging the unity of, I'm not sure of the exact words, but to the effect that there should be convergence between the MILF and the MNLF towards a common peace process leading to the establishment of the Bangsamoro Basic Law. So yes, the OIC recognizes the Bangsamoro Basic Law as the outcome of this peace process. Thirdly, we note that the OIC has already initiated the Bangsamoro Coordination Forum between the MILF and the MNLF, precisely to build a common platform for peace. And we understand that process has been started. It is being strengthened. In fact, that there will be some meetings between the MILF and the MNLF soon. So we are looking at the OIC also as a partner here. Your Honor, we note that the OIC Secretary General was present during the signing of the framework agreement on the Bangsamoro, and that the members of the OIC Peace Committee for Southern Philippines all sent representatives in the signing of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. We continue to apprise them of all developments.
With the present situation, Madam Secretary, in the part of the MNLF, are they well presented about this?
There are meetings between the government and the MNLF. We understand that there are several MNLF leaders that are prepared and authorized to come if they are invited. We understand they are ready to be consulted. In fact, there was already a representation from the MNLF in the last hearing of the Peace and Reconciliation Committee before the Bangsamoro law was submitted. As I already mentioned earlier, the major output of the tripartite implementation review of the 1996 final peace agreement came out with 42 consensus points for the amendment of the RA 1954, and all of these have been addressed, and we are addressed in the Bangsamoro Basic Law, and we continue to explain to the MNLF political leaders as well as to their communities the process that is now being undertaken. I would also like to say, Your Honors, that we have a special development program also for MNLF communities so that they are able to feel the peace dividend of this peace process as well.
Congressman Go.
Madam Secretary, during our last legislative meeting, we were about to invite Nur Riswari, Chairman Nur Riswari, but with respect to my colleague here, well, our intention is to get his opinion. Is there any move or plans from the side of our panel, from the Chairman Merswari?
Your Honor, we support that the MNLF be invited and be consulted. We support that the committee consider the positions of Professor Miswari. We understand that his positions are in fact well publicized. He has been speaking directly or through his spokespersons about his positions with regard to this. Whether he be invited to be physically present here, we leave that to the wisdom of Congress, Your Honor. He is a fugitive of the law, and that will require some court procedures, I understand. It is not within the prerogative of the executive to be able to bring them forward.
Mr. Chairman, do I have time?
One question, we can allow you, Congressman Go. One question, and then we go to Congressman Romualdo.
Okay. Well, in a certain provision in our House bill regarding the amendments and revision, it says here all the proposals to amend or revise the provision of the basic law. This is not, we're talking about the basic law, and shall be first discussed and endorsed by the Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum before going to the Congress. Isn't it in our part, in the House of Representatives. I think this is something questionable when we're talking about the initiative of doing legislation. Can we have an opinion about this, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor. Definitely, the proposed law recognizes that it is only Congress can be the one to amend the law. The proposal is that this be discussed in the forum first. This is to enable a smoother way of doing this. This is to prevent that there is conflict, and that it is the Bangsamoro itself that stands to oppose such an amendment if it were to happen. So it is a procedural proposal, Your Honor, that any proposals for amendment be discussed first in the interparliamentary forum. But certainly any amendment will be done by the National Congress, and that is the decision of Congress.
Thank you. So thank you, Congressman Go. We now go to Congressman Romualdo of the Pasay side.
My name, or I was referred to again by Congressman Go. In the last meeting, I was the one who objected to the invitation of Noor Miswari. Mr. Chairman, before I objected to the invitation of Noor Miswari, I so stated that the MNLF should be invited. Their views should be heard. But what I was objecting to was the invitation to somebody that has a warrant of arrest and to a group that is declared a terrorist group, because it was not only Noor Miswari that was supposed to be invited, but also Brakato. So I said that is why I objected to the invitation, but I am all for the invitation and all for the presence of the MNLF. I just want to make that clear, because Zamboanga City was a collateral damage to the present ongoing talks, because actually the position of Noor Miswari in declaring independence was that he considers the termination of the review process as an abrogation of the final peace agreement with the MNLF. And Mr. Chairman, there was talk about taking in the consensus points of the MNLF. May we ask, when was the 42 consensus points discussed and finalized?
We allow that one question and we go to Congressman Romualdo.
As early as December 2010, Your Honor.
No, but when did it more or less you agree? Because unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I have to bring this out. While you were talking about the 42 consensus points with the MNLF, the framework agreement was signed on October 12, 2012, October 2012. And the very first opening statement of the Karen talks is that the status quo is unacceptable and that the arm will be replaced. So while the talks were going on, it was already so stated that the arm will be replaced and abolished. Just my point, I will pursue that in my next round. Just point of clarification.
Yeah, just a short
Yes,
response.
the discussion on the points of amendment, the proposed amendments for RA 1954 had started even before this administration came into office. And by December 10, these were completed and signed. It was in fact our agreement that this would be sent and submitted to Congress, except that it was Miswari himself who said that they should not be submitted. The amendatory law, we already had an amendatory law in fact. When Miswari said no, he did not want, because there were still 3 issues that were unresolved. This is the matter of the provisional government, the plebiscite for the 13 provinces, and the the sharing on strategic resources. On the last item, an interim agreement was reached on that. On the first two items, we said that was non-negotiable. These were not implementation. These were not implementation issues because there is no provisional government mentioned in the 1996 final peace agreement. And that on the plebiscite, it was our position that this had already been done. In fact, done twice. Because of that, that came to be stalled. If you will remember, in December 2010, the talks with the MILF had in fact not yet started. So it was as that process, the MILF process, in fact caught up, and that the implementation review with the MNLF was on the other hand stalled, and that the negotiations with the MILF began to pinpoint that the outcome would be a basic law. That it seemed to us that in fact the two tracks could be converged because the agreement to amend 1954, the agreement to pass a new Bangsamoro basic law certainly encompassed and went even beyond the proposal to just amend 1954. So that is the reason why, in light of the impasse that had reached the review process because of two issues that we believe were not implementation issues but were in fact new negotiation issues, and we were not opening new negotiations with the MNLF. It was in fact a final peace agreement that we did not want to hold this process hostage because we do believe, as we still do believe, that the current Bangsamoro Basic Law encompasses the concerns already raised in the discussion of the 42 consensus points.
Thank you. So Congressman Romualdo is recognized, and then we have no first. With the permission, yes, please proceed, Congressman Hernandez.
Clarification, Mr. Chairman. I've been hearing about amendments. I've been hearing about sometimes refusal to comment on certain issues in relation to the Constitution. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, that the basic law is yet to be enacted into a law. Therefore, we're not supposed to talk about amendments. We can introduce changes while it is here in the committee until it will reach the plenary. So meaning to say, we will have to do our job to introduce changes, to fine-tune, and make sure that all the provisions will be in accordance with the Constitution. So,
Congressman Hernandez.
kasi medyo confusing na, Mr. Chairman, we're talking about puro na lang amendments yung narinig ko. This is not yet a law. It has to be enacted until we use the term amendments.
Yes. Thank you for that information and comment. Congressman Romualdo of the Paradise Island of Caligin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to raise one matter, and this was, well, previously tackled by questions of Congressman Gason, and Congressman Lobregat mentioned it, but then we got a little distracted. As Congressman Lobregat mentioned, there's a provision in the framework agreement that says that the parties agree that the status quo is unacceptable, and that is basically the rationale why we came up with the BBL. And why we're doing this, because again, the parties agree that the status quo is unacceptable. But if you think about it, the Organic Act there, it was passed pursuant to a constitutional mandate, was enacted by Congress. It was ratified by the majority of the voters in the ARMN. So I think it is important and to help guide the members of Congress and even convince members who are still on the fence on the matter to really, I would ask the research persons to really elaborate on the statement that the status quo is unacceptable. I mean, what is the status quo and why is it unacceptable? Earlier we heard some statements, but I think that they should be elaborated on. I remember there was a statement that the MILF rejected it because they believe that it won't work. I mean, what does it mean? I think it would really help members to understand if we get to have research persons elaborate what is really wrong there and why the status quo is unacceptable. Thank you.
So we recognize Chairman Iqbal.
there are two nuances to that phrase or clause that the status quo is unacceptable. First, on the level of the current autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. As a solution to the Bangsamoro question, as a solution to the Bangsamoro problem, it will not address that question. It will not address that problem. That is the status quo. That's the first nuance of the term unacceptable. The status quo is unacceptable because as a solution to the Bangsamoro question, the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao will not solve it. With all my respect to the members of the House and the Senate who passed the law, I respect that. But as a solution, it cannot solve the Bangsamoro problem, the Bangsamoro question. That's the first nuance. The second nuance is that I do not want to relate here a very long history, but just to be very brief. Once upon a time, Mindanao is a sovereign area. When the Spaniards came, more than 300 years before the Spaniards, and we remained a foreign territory. When the Americans came, there was nothing. Even Zamboanga City was made the capital of the Moro province. And then after that, unlike the Spaniards used two weapons, the blade and to convert the Muslims. But the Americans had a different view of approaching the issue in Mindanao. They used force initially, but later on they used the policy of attraction. That won the support and the cooperation of the Moros. The Americans created two special provinces. The Moro province, made up of 5 districts. I repeat, these districts are Sulu, Cotabato, Lanao, Davao, and Zamboanga. And at the time when it was created in 1930 up to 1930, it was more than 90% Moros and indigenous peoples populated. That's why it was called a Moro province. When the issue of independence was discussed in the halls of Congress of the United States of America, there were several petitions sent by our forefathers telling the American government that the Moros do not want or did not want to join the grant of independence. The first was in 1921, which came from Sulu. The second one was in 1924. It was signed in Zamboanga City, signed by all the major leaders of the Moros at the time. It was signed. It was in 1924. In that petition to the United States of American government and Congress, of course, Congress of the United States of America, the Moros stated that 50 years after the grant of independence, there is going to be a plebiscite conducted. And if there is going to be a plebiscite conducted, it's either the Moro province would become a colony of the United States or be granted a separate independent status. And they would want themselves to be called a Moro nation. That's the origin of the word Bangsamoro, Moro nation. Why we cannot accept? The second meaning of the unacceptability of the status quo is that when we were made part of the Philippines, unlike before, we were the masters of our destiny. We determine our destiny. We decide for ourselves when we were made part of the Republic of the Philippines. Powers are concentrated in Manila. Resources are dictated in Manila. So that's an imbalance of relationship. That is the status quo. We want to change that status quo. We want to have our powers over an area which we can call and run as a Bangsamoro area. And we want to have a share of the resources. That's why the basic law, that's one of the differences between the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. It's about the issue of power and resources. No real autonomy can be a real autonomy unless there is power and there is resources. So this is what we do not want. This is the meaning of the status quo is unacceptable, because if we maintain this imbalance of relationship, then how to be accepted? That's the other meaning of the status quo is unacceptable.
Thank you for that, Chairman Iqbal. Is the Our Congressman satisfied from? Yes, Congressman Romualdo, thank you very much. We now go to the second to the last interpolator. We have Congressman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to the, good afternoon to the panel, to both the government and the MILF. Hearing from the statement of Honorable Iqbal about sovereign territory, master of our destiny, and not acceptable, the status quo is not acceptable, that you're asking for more. I have a question to Honorable Iqbal. Do you consider yourself a Filipino?
Yes, very many yes.
Okay.
But we are a Bangsamoro by identity.
That's very important question, Your Honor, because looking at this, the Bangsamoro Basic Law, it's important that on the part of the MILF, they consider themselves Filipinos, because as Filipinos, you recognize the supremacy of the Philippine Constitution, that everything that will be granted will be within the ambit of the Constitution. Meaning to say, we're probably talking only of an internal self-determination, not external, because a lot of Filipinos are fearful that this is a prelude to a declaration of independence. Because in fact, in the very definition of the Bangsamoro people, I don't know if this is the official stand of the Philippine government, because the statement says that those who at the time of the conquest and colonization, I'd like to emphasize these two words, Mr. Chairman, because this is a legal repercussions internationally. Because if I state, like the case in Quebec, in Canada, the reason that they were not given the right to self-determination externally, because they were not considered being colonized. Here, in this basic Bangsamoro law, it specifically stated that the Bangsamoro people are who at the time of conquest and colonization. So this is a point of for the committee to consider when we will deliberate on this, looking at the international effect that this might be used later against us, because we already recognize them as we colonized them. No? We want that to be clarified, because that is the very definition. Now later, I'm just trying to clarify certain points that based on certain jurisprudence, looking at the international cases, it's a very, very important phrase, no? Colonization and conquest. Now, my question also is that since in the core territory, you call in the core territory you call yourselves Bangsamoro, what will be the rights of a non-Moro or non-Bangsamoro in a core territory?
Please, Secretary Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor. Bangsamoro is an identity. It does not provide for the political rights. All inhabitants in the Bangsamoro, whether they ascribe to being Bangsamoro or not, will have the same rights, including, to services, including running for office, Your Honor. So the Bangsamoro identity does not bestow the rights. It is being a member it is your being a citizen in that particular area that provides you with the rights. And if you register as a voter in that area, then you have full political rights as any other voter in that area. Your vote does not count for more because you are Bangsamoro. The vote is still equal to all.
And it's also stated here that the law that will be applied will be the Sharia law that applies to the
for Muslims. For Muslims only, Your Honor, and Sharia is recognized by national law. It is already part of our justice system.
So what law will apply when it is a Muslim against a Christian?
The local court courts are not abolished, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's important because, this one creates a lot of issues. And there are certain barangays that will be part of the Bangsamoro. Now, in the basic law, they will generate their own funds, run their own government, meaning to say, as of this time, the barangays that will be included, they still get an IRA from the national government. Now, since they will be part of the Bangsamoro, and now the Bangsamoro, they're allowed to generate their own funds, will they still get funds from the national government?
The local governments in the Bangsamoro, their rights are not diminished and entitlements are not diminished, Your Honor.
So it will only increase.
They will still receive their IRA, but the hope is because the Bangsamoro will have its programs as well, that there will be additional benefits from the Bangsamoro, but their rights from national government will not be diminished.
So because this is important with the questions earlier as to who are entitled to join in a plebiscite. Because if you get two incentives, the existing one from the national government, in addition from the Bangsamoro, it will probably create some encouragement as to certain barangays to be included until probably this will be clarified. So just to avoid double incentives. Where I'm not just talking about a Muslim dominated barangay in a Christian area. And Mr. Chairman, it is also important to make a clarification. This was based on the earlier statement of the representative from Lanao, Congresswoman de Maporo, that it is important on the part of the MILF to make a declaration as to who are the members of MILF, because there are certain areas in Mindanao, especially even in non-core territory, meron na akong lumalabas na I am an MILF, I'm part of the MILF, and yet hindi ito dominated by Muslim. So they're associating themselves early, and it creates confusion. Medyo one mayor called me that there's certain personality saying he's part of the MILF and is creating some trouble in that barangay. So it's important that a declaration, once and for all declaration, who are the members of MILF, so we can distinguish those, the good from the bad, and those that have existing criminal records. And I understand that there are crimes committed in furtherance of a rebellion, and there are common crimes, and there are existing warrants of arrest with respect to these personalities. So what do we do with a situation like this? And I'll cite an example before, there was an arrest made somewhere in Lanao or Cotabato, and all of a sudden, they declared that they're part of the MILF. They were released. So we don't want that to be a precedent. We want to clarify that as early as possible, as not to confuse people, and of course, medyo apprehensive yung iba in this situation. And probably this is a medyo parochial to. In the past, based on experience, probably I'll cite during the time of the Ampatuans, we can see all these armed group crossing into a non-core territory with all these firearms, bodyguards, and even at the time of probably Miswari from the start, they cross into non-core territory with all their bodyguards, all their arms. It creates fear, and confusion. And considering that we are about to pass this law, I think we will have to avoid situations like that in the future. Because MILF, you will have your own police. And we are not used to seeing different national police and crossing into a non-core territory. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. No? Medyo, you're only used to seeing Philippine National Police. This time you will see a different group, a police by the Bangsamoro, and you have territories under your jurisdiction belonging to a non-core territory. There are barangays that will be included in the Bangsamoro that are located, they're not contiguous, but they are located in a non-core territory. So how do you now impose these security measures, because you have two police group that will take care of the area? So I think those are the issues that has to be clarified.
Can we have comments of Secretary Deles and Chairman Iqbal?
First of all, on the police, Your Honor, first just to clarify, it's not an MILF police, it's a Bangsamoro police, so it will be properly legally constituted. It will be under the NAPOLCOM through the regional police board. It is still under the command structure of the PNP. There may be a since it is part of the national police, those coordination mechanisms, and to avoid any confusion, I'm sure that will be worked on. In the meantime, Your Honor, there are internal interim security arrangements that are already in place. There is a Committee on Cessation of Hostilities that has been working very well. If you will note, Your Honor, there has not been any mass movement of MILF with arms that have not been coordinated with government. I think you will note, maybe it has reached you, for example, that when they did a major consultation in Darapanan, they in fact went to Darapanan riding on army trucks, so that there would be no problem. We have good coordination there, Your Honor, and when there are violations or when there are, shall we call it misencounters, this is all properly addressed. Our AFP is very well versed. They have good coordination mechanisms with the MILF, and we would like to ask anyone, for example, that notes of any disturbance being caused to please report to us immediately, either to the AFP directly or to OPAC, so that we can properly coordinate it through our channels, through the CCCH, and even directly with the MILF. With regard to names and all of that, that is part of the decommissioning, Your Honor. The MILF will be submitting names for decommissioning. These are for the BIAF. Weapons will be inventoried and turned over. This part of the normalization annex is something that has not been done. That was not done, for example, with the MNLF, where you actually see how a military command structure in a former armed combatant group is going to be dismantled. This is part of the normalization, Your Honor. And as I said, as this moves forward, we can provide updates. And again, if there are any disturbances that are happening, please let us know so that we can address them. Finally, Your Honor, with the matter of the arrest, the MILF with arrest warrants, it is part of the agreement of the Annex on Normalization that those who are under the law, their cases will be reviewed, and that at the end an amnesty may be provided. That is a normal component of peace processes, that in the end whatever was committed in the form of rebellion, because there is now a peace agreement and a political settlement, then certainly that will be addressed to amnesty.
Thank you, Chairman Iqbal. Sa response to Congressman Hernandez.
I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Congressman Hernandez or Senator Novato, any other question?
Now, in terms of chain of command, with respect to the police, the Bangsamoro police, so, Madam Secretary, you're saying that the PNP chief has the authority over the Bangsamoro police?
Just like in the arrangement now, daily operations will be with the Bangsamoro, but that is still within the frame, the policies that are set by NAPOLCOM. Certainly, as happens when there are problems beyond the capacity of the local command to address, then the chief PNP certainly will have the power also. But as is our policy here, we would like the matter of public safety and order to be as much as possible addressed at the lowest level possible. So with the very high principles that are set for the Bangsamoro police, what we hope is that this will be operationalized fully so that it will not be necessary for the chief PNP to need to step in. But if he needs to do it, then of course, that will be done.
Yes, last question from Congressman Hernandez.
Mr. Chairman, this is in relation to the indigenous people's right. I haven't gone through the entire Bangsamoro Basic Law, but I think there's a provision here that says that they are entitled to come up with their own rules on law in relation to the indigenous people's right. Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to note that even if they're allowed, we have an existing Republic Act, the 8371, regarding the indigenous people's right. That in the event that the Bangsamoro will create laws in relation to the indigenous peoples, in relation to the indigenous people located in the core territory, it should not diminish their rights based on the existing Republic Act 8371.
Your Honor, I'm looking for the exact section, but there is a very explicit statement here on the rights that are to be observed and recognized with regard indigenous peoples. In the very language, it is saying that the standards that are in fact embodied in IPRA will also be respected here. This is Section 5, Article 9, Your Honor. Indigenous people's rights. It is explicitly under basic rights. There is a very special provision on indigenous people's rights that recognizes the rights of indigenous peoples and shall adopt measures for the promotion and protection of their rights, the right to their native titles or pusaka-inged, indigenous customs and traditions, justice system and indigenous political structures, the right to an equitable share in revenues from the utilization of resources in their ancestral lands, the right to free and prior informed consent, right to political participation in the Bangsamoro government, including reserved seats for the indigenous peoples in the Bangsamoro parliament, the right to basic services, and the right to freedom of choice as to their identity. So I think advocates of indigenous people's rights have reviewed this and seen that it is inclusive of the rights provided for in IPRA. In fact, the reserved rights in Parliament is not granted to other indigenous peoples.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, that would be all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before we have the last interpolator, we'd like to acknowledge. Yes, Chairman, but first.
I think on the issue of the indigenous peoples, it's better to hear from the horse mouth, because in our delegation we have two IP members in the person of Commissioner Milano Ulama, and who is a legal right, And then the other one is legal officer of Commissioner Milan Ulama, and at the same time a member of the Maya Peace Panel, Dato Antonio Pielog Tablaan. So I think they should be heard about this issue.
Yes, we'd like to call on the Honorable Ulama to be able to respond on indigenous peoples.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. As mentioned by Secretary James, Article 9, Basic Rights, there are 10 mentioned rights of the indigenous people. One is right to their native title and or pusakaingit. Number 2, right to customs and tradition. Number 3, right to justice system and indigenous political structure. Number 4, right to equitable share in revenues from the utilization of resources in their ancestral land. Number 5, right to free and prior informed consent. Right to political participation in the Bangsamoro government, including reserved seats for the indigenous peoples in the Bangsamoro Parliament. Number 7, right to basic services. Number 8, right to freedom of choice as to their identity. Then number 9 is right to education. In fact, it was stipulated in this basic law that we are given a tribal university because one problem of the IPs Mindanao-wide is education. Kulang po kami sa education. In that tribal university, hindi lang po Western education ang ituturo dyan, kundi yung aming kultura. Halimbawa, ako isang timuaya ko, ituturo po namin sa aming mga kabataan kung ano ang sistema, ano ba yung mga custom and tradition. Kasi later on, mawawala. And for us, IBs, our culture is our life because that is our identity. Then, number 10 is our preferential rights. Rights of IPs over natural resources within their ancestral land. So, there are so many other major provision in the basic law as fruit of our wide consultation for the IPs within the area of the arm and outside. Right, for example, we are also given a chance. It was stated here that there shall be a creation of local government units in the areas wherein indigenous people is highly dominated. Then one is the reserved seats, 2 reserved seats in the parliament for the indigenous people. Then we are also represented from the councils of leaders headed by the Chief Minister. Then we are also given office for our tribal court. Our brothers Moro have their own Sharia court, and we have also given an opportunity to recognize our tribal court, and there is an office for that, to wherein our leaders there, our Kapaduan, our Timuay, hold their office. So I think we IPs were not forgotten in the peace negotiation, especially in the basic law.
Thank you, Commissioner Ulama. We'd like to hear Commissioner Kinok.
First, correction, Mr. Chairman, I'm not a commissioner. I'm a member of the Mayor panel. But I would like to emphasize that I am not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, I'm a blind, 1001%. I cannot say more because Commissioner Ulama has practically said everything, except for one, that under the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act and the mining law of the Republic of the Philippines, the indigenous people are only entitled to a royalty of 1%. But in the Bangsamoro Basic Law, we have equal sharing. So if the Bangsamoro government will get 50% of metallic minerals, then the Bangsamoro, the indigenous people within the area will also get a better share. So it is in that context that there is a very great difference between the IPRA and the Bangsamoro Basic Law. But the IPRA will not be substituted by the Bangsamoro Basic Law because the IPRA is a national law.
Thank you very much. A member of the MLA panel, Commissioner Kinok, and you'd like to add something, yes? Commissioner Ulama.
Some of us IPs in Mindanao are clamoring that supposed to be, they are looking the IPRA law, yung batas IPRA dito sa basic law. But some of the provision in the IPRA law is also here, like pre and prior informed consent. That was in the IPRA law. And also, native title was also in the IPRA law. So, I think hindi po nabibihayin ang IPs. Kung ang hinahanap po namin ay yung batas IPRA, Republic Act 8371, halos lahat ng mga provision ay nandoon din po sa basic law. So, yun po. Ang panawagan lang po namin mga indigenous people is magtulungan. Tulungan nyo kami sa BTC because kayo sa Congress ay aming partner dito sa future Bangsamoro sa Mindanao. Because ang kailangan po natin, alam po natin na hindi lang po kami sa Mindanao ang nangangailangan ng tunay na kapayapaan at tunay na kaunlaran, kundi tayong lahat. We are all Filipino and we are brothers in the eyes of our Almighty God.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well said, Commissioner Ulama. Before we hear the last interpolator, there's a manifestation from the Honorable Nancy Catamco of North Cotabato.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. Mapian Mapon. As a chair of the Indigenous Peoples Committee, gusto ko lang po magbigay ng manifestation kasi baka po nandito kasi sa katabi ko itong si Congressman Hernandez and he asked about the IPRA. Baka po mapagkamalan na ako po yung nagtanong, no? But anyway, sa kanya lang daw, sabi niya, is he just want to make it sure, and he was asking me about it. I told him na lahat naman ng bundle of rights that we want to be included in the BBL ay nakita naman po natin and very explicit naman kung ano yung mga para sa mga indigenous peoples. Ang hinihingi ko lang, of course, sa committee ay talagang pupunta sa UP at magkaroon ng separate na committee hearing para mismo maririnig ng bawat mga IPs dun sa core territory. Yun lang man ang hinihingi ko, but para po to inform everyone and of course sa aking pong mga kasama na IPs kay kay Timoy Ulama and kay Dato Kinok as my elders, no? Ako po ay sumusuporta po dito para po sa pagpasa ng BBL na ito, lalong-lalo na po nakita natin na kayo mismo sa mga IPs na nasa core territory are really supporting for this. Ako naman as the chairman here, of course, I will support for the passage of this Bangsamoro. Basta po, laro po dito ay yung lahat ng nailagay or naipresenta kanina ay mailagay po natin sa batas. So, yun lang po yung aking manifestation, Mr. Chair. And I also want to extend my gratitude, of course, to Ma'am Deles. Kasi po maraming beses po kami nag-uusap ng pasikreto. Ito po sana ay I would like to keep my cards close to my heart, kaso lang nasabi na niya. And of course, meron din po kaming pag-uusapan ni Chairman Iqbal for the IPs. Ayoko rin pong magkaroon ng misinterpretation na ang sinasabi po nila ay gagamitin daw yung IPs para sa issue na to. As a chair of the Committee on the Indigenous Peoples, hindi po natin papagamit ng IPs as long as naririnig po natin yung boses ng mga IPs mismo po doon sa core territory. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Catanto. We assure you that Upi Maguindanao is one of the listed places that the committee will visit for consultations. Now, for the last interpellation, it will come from the representative of Abante Mindanao, Abamin, Congressman Maximo Rodriguez Jr.
Thank you, Chairman. And magandang hapon sa inyo lahat, Secretary Deles, on the GFP panel. This is a manifestation first, and I have only two short questions. First manifestation is, from the Win Party list, we give you all our support. We appreciate your coming here. As Neil Armstrong said in The Land in the Moon, the first step of man and great leap of mankind. And this is a deep leap to our nation. And so, this is an appreciation of thanks to you for your sacrifices, for having this Bangsamoro law in our Congress. In the discussion, I learned that we have to face the fact that all sectors in Mindanao will have to be part of this Bangsamoro law. And as I read the preamble, I see that there's lacking in the element of participation in the four sectors in Mindanao. So of course, you have the Muslims, but we need the participation of Christians as well. And we have the Lumans, as presented by commissioners here in the IPs, and the Mestizos. So I propose, Chairman, that in the preamble we should include the sectors in Mindanao will be affected by the Bangsamoro law. And these are the Muslims, of course, the Christians, the Lumans, and the Mestizos. And so, that is what I think the preamble does. It sets the tone for the law, so that it becomes more acceptable to our people, not only in Mindanao, but for other people in the country. And so in the preamble, I propose that that should be included, so that all sectors in now will now be comfortable that in reading the law, the first paragraph in the preamble, there is what we call a consoling word that indeed their sectors are now included in that law. That is the first question I want to ask Dennis, if there's any move to have it included.
Yeah, the question is about the preamble. Historically now, there's an evolving group in Mindanao called the Mestizos. They're the Chinese Mestizos, or Muslims and Christians at the same time.
Your Honor, the intention is certainly that the way it was written was certainly meant to be inclusive. That is why it is with the Bangsamoro people and other inhabitants of the Bangsamoro. If that will be other inhabitants meant you don't have to be Bangsamoro. If you are an inhabitant of the Bangsamoro, then you are part of adopting this. Whether it is the wisdom of the House to further spell out, but it is very clear. This was very deliberately crafted, Your Honor, to not make it inclusive to those who ascribe to the Bangsamoro. But as long as you are an inhabitant of the Bangsamoro, you own this. You are part of this.
Well, I think this is to allay the fears of other sectors in now that if this law is passed, then they're included in the law. So that's the only point that I want to drive at. Secondly, I would like to ask Attorney Montesa, where are we leading to after this Bangsamoro? Is it the federal state of Mindanao? Is it a kind of setup where if we find that this is a true law and it has benefited the inclusive inhabitants, this can be replicated in other provinces as well? Because you know, in Mindanao we have less budget, less road, less projects, and less of everything in Mindanao, Manila. So I think it's an eye-opener to our national government. But I still think that this is what you call a law that proceeds to something bigger to Mindanao. What can you say about that?
I think, sir, that this experiment of granting more powers below, giving more people control over their affairs, putting more resources to deliver services is a good experiment. If this works for the Bangsamoro, I think it should work for the whole country as well.
But the law very clearly just applies to the Bangsamoro, Your Honor. Where people will take it afterwards, I think we all hope that, we pray, we all are all confident that this will succeed, and where it will lead, that will be afterwards, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. At this point, let me just recognize for a few words Mr. Robin Padilla. Yeah, can we hear you? Yes.
Ako po cheerleader lang dito. Ngunit una po, isang magandang umaga po hanggang hapon na ngayon. 5 oras na po tayo dito. At ako po ay talagang natutuwa sapagkat alam niyo po, sa pagpunta ko po dito, ang aking pong tinitingnan ay ang kapayapaan. Kanina po, habang nakikinig ako, marami pong mga agam-agam, napakarami pong mga extra baggage, marami pong mga bagay na kinakatakutan. Sana po sa usaping ito, iwan po natin lahat ang mga nakalipas. Sana po tingnan natin yung tunay na daan sa kapayapaan. Kanina po, mayroong sundalong nagsabi na ngayon yung magdalo, sabi niya, nakalaban siya. Ganon din po sinabi ni Chairman Iqbal, nakalaban din siya. Pero itong usapin nito, kapayapaan po ito. Pag sinabi po natin kapayapaan, reconciliation. Kalimutan na po natin yung nakalipas. Sana po, ang dasal po natin lahat ng mga Pilipino, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga mambabatas, nasa inyo pong kamay. Katulad po ng sinabi ng aking kumpatre. Kapag ito pong Bangsamoro Basic Law ay nagtagumpay, susunod na po ang napakaraming masasabi po natin mga katulad ng Bangsamoro na nag-aantay po lahat. At magiging historical po ito para sa inyo, mga mahal naming mambabatas. Ito po ang iiwan yung legacy sa Pilipinas, na kayo po ang naging daan upang makamit po talaga ang tuwid na daan. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Robin Padilla. Either here or in the Parliament of the Bangsamoro. Thank you very much.
Salamat po.
Okay, so with that, we will be first announcing, before we adjourn, the schedule as we have already declared in the past meeting. We are going to have hearings during recess. That is how we seriously take this law by the ad hoc committee. That we should be able to get all sectors to be able to be with us and present their positions. Let me therefore announce that on October 7 at 9:30 to 12 at the Nograles Hall, we will hear the defense and the police sectors, DND, AFP, DILG, PNP, National Security Council, NAPOLCOM. In the afternoon, from 2 to 5, we will have the constitutional commissions to present their stand and position on the BBL. We will have the COA, the Civil Service Commission, and the COMELEC. On October 8, we will have this meeting, this hearing, also to the Grales Hall at 9:30 to 12. We will have now the finance sector, the DBL, the Department of Finance, including the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Bureau of Customs, and also the Department of Industry, Energy, Department of Energy. So this will be what we will have, and we will then go to the 16 cities and provinces and municipalities, including UP Maguindanao of the beautiful Nancy Catalico. We will be going there. And so with that, we would like to therefore thank. Before that, we would like to ask some closing remarks. Would you be minded to some closing remarks, Chairman Iqbal?
Alam po ninyo, sa totoo, mahirap sundan yung Jerwin Padilla. Kaya naman, dahil nagsalita na po ang chairperson, so binigay ko po ang floor sa former ambassador Bangsamoro to make the last word.
Yes, in fact, after the ambassador, we'll hear from Commissioner Ali and Commissioner Candia. Because we would like to hear you stating, okay. Ambassador Sakam here, my good friend.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. When Chairman Iqbal asked me that I will make the last statement, I said, will it be a closing remark? Apparently, it will not be a closing remark because two other speakers will do so. But after hours of watching and hearing distinguished colleagues in the House, I am forced to remind me that I am a dreamer too. I used to dream that one day I will be a part of this august body. But one congressman said it was not my destiny to be here. But I am the vice chairman of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, next to Chairman Iqbal. We dropped the basic law, Your Honor, distinguished colleague, hoping that this basic law will address the decades of problems in Manila. As mentioned by Congressman Senator Biason, to end the lawlessness, to prevent the loss of lives and destruction. At the same time, we want to bring hope to the people of Mindanao that one day that they can live in peace and harmony with the rest of the nation. Also to bring into reality the vision of the President that this nation must remain intact. That was the main purpose when we dropped the basic law. We told them as representative of the government, let us drop this law consistent with the Constitution. Let us not commit the mistake that again we will jeopardize those dreams and those hope. So, Your Honor, distinguished colleague, we would like to congratulate the members of the GH panel, the MLF, for carrying that vision and for allowing us to be a party in the drafting of this basic law. But I'm telling you, we tried hard through series of consultation with the various tribes in which we come from. I am in Tausug from Sulu. As you hear, there are Maranao, there are Yakan from Basilan. All of this, we come together and inject these inputs that one day Mindanao can live in peace. Can you imagine, Your Honor, as I said before, if you can explore the green mountains of Mindanao, the white, sugar-white beaches of Sulu and the island, the coral reefs, can you imagine that? And they say Mindanao is very rich. If you explore that resources, can you imagine the whole country, the tourists will come, then no more. Philippines will no longer be the laughing stock in Asia. We will be proud on our own. That is the message of this BBL. So we address to all of you distinguished members of Congress, you are the final arbiter in our basic law. That is true. The plenary power of Congress is beyond limit when it comes to amending modification of this law. But at the same time, you have to respect the vision of the President in concluding an executive agreement with NLA to bring peace into this country. That is my hope, Your Honor, distinguished state. Be with us. We want to be a part of this nation. Let this nation be intact. Salamat po.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Masaka. We'd like to hear Commissioner Ali.
Chairman, nagsalita na po ang chairman namin at saka yung deputy. So, nagsasabi ko lang po dito, kami po nagpapasalamat sa inyo for this kind of meeting or forum na ang naibigay na resulta ay maganda sa atin lahat. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, I'd like to hear from another panel member, the Honorable Abdullah Kamlian. From the seat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of I am a Tausug, at the same time, in my vein runs the blood of a Sama family. I was born in Basilan, I grew up in Zamboanga City. After graduation of from my secondary level in Zamboanga City High School, I went immediately to train in a foreign military academy in 1961-1962. I graduated in 1965 from the Egyptian Military Academy in Cairo. In 1968, I was one of those who facilitated the transportation of 90 young men for a training outside of the Philippines. Ever since, I believe at that time that the Muslim did not have any role in this country. That this is not the country to live in. But then, in 1984, there was this OIC conference in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. At that time, we were fighting for independence. Because as mentioned by our chairman, our forebears did not want to be part of the Philippines. In the resolution or in the petition of 1921 from the Sulu leaders, 1924, the Zamboanga Declaration of Intent and Purposes, and the Dansalan Declaration of the Maranao leaders in Dansalan, which is Marawi now, they never wanted to be a part of that independence. But then, by force of circumstance, the American forced our forebears to be a part of that independence. They then requested in 1924 in their petition to U.S. Congress through the President of the United States that provided 50 years after the granting of independence, there should be a referendum. And that referendum should have only 3 questions. 1, whether or not the Bangsamoro should remain a protectorate of America. 2nd, whether or not they want to be part of the Republic of the Philippines. 3rd, whether or not they want to become independent. And that 50 years fell on 1996. And that was also the signing of the 96 agreement, the final peace agreement. I hope Brother Noor Miswari did not forget at the time that that was supposed to be the time that there should have been a referendum to ask the Muslims whether they wanted to be a part of the Republic of the Philippines or to become independent. Anyway, it's a long story. We are now here. Never in my life as a rebel to have thought that the conflict might end after all. Because there are always spoilers, there are always people who mistrust the Muslims. And there is this mutual distrust also. But today, I am here with you because I believe that there is a chance of peace in Mindanao. And as somebody said, it is now in your hands. Our representatives in Congress, it is now in your hands.
Can you give us some water to
I'm sorry. If you appeal to us for patriotism, we fought all wars to defend this country. From the Spanish regime to the Americans to the Japanese, our forebears fought to defend our homeland. And today, I'd like to tell you that I am not tired. We'll never tire to serve the Bangsamoro. And we appeal to you to pass a good legislation. A legislation that will solve eventually the moral question, the moral problem. Otherwise, I'm afraid my children, my grandchildren will finish what I may not finish at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Secretary Batani, words from our member of the panel.
No, I wouldn't want to say too much, Your Honor. I'm just very thankful of being given this opportunity to interact with you, and we hope to continue this dialogue so that in the end we will have a solution to the Bangsamoro question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So with that, we put to a close this hearing. We thank 66 members attended, non-members and members. We have the Vice Chairman here. We'd like to thank Secretary Deles, Chairman Iqbal, and the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, the panel, Dr. Ferrer was here earlier. So with that, we'd like to continue with this on October 7 and 8. So we thank all the resource persons and my distinguished colleagues. Thank you very much. It is meeting adjourned.